In the half. Vanderbilt turnover. No LeBron tonight, man. LeBron is out. No back to back for LeBron. In the half court, the Spurs moving the ball around. Spurs driving. Spurs dribbling the hell out the ball. And free throws for Barnes. Barnes with the first. Barnes makes the first. Barnes almost butter from the free throw line. Barnes 1 for 2. I mean, miss one, make one. They get their rebound back. Marcus Smart gets it. Smart to Luka. Luka back to Smart. Smart brings it up. Smart to 8. The 8 back to Luka. Luka to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's too high. Vanderbilt back to Luka. Luka goes up. It misses it badly. Spurs up 1-0 in the half court. The Spurs pushing up the floor. The Spurs drives, kicks, drives again, kicks it again. Spurs miss it. Rebound Smart. Smart throws it way too far. Spurs driving and throws it away. And the Lakers inbound Laravia to Luka. Luka off the screen from Ayton. Luka off another screen. Luka off another screen. Luka goes up, floats it in. 2-1 Lakers in the half court. De'Aaron Fox tries to push, and Luka picks up a silly foul. And if you're Luka, you can't pick up that foul that far from the basket with no LeBron James and no Austin Reeves. That's a terrible foul by Luka Doncic. In the half court, the Spurs dribbling the hell out the damn ball. The Spurs pass it. Lakers steal it. Smart to Luka. Luka Doncic pushing. Luka driving the paint. Goes up and one. Misses it. Well, shoot two. Lakers up 2-1. And if you're Luka, you can't pick up any more fouls that far from the basket. Luka misses the free throw. And Luka's struggling from the line the last two games. Luka makes the free throw, 3-1 game. In the half court, the Spurs dribbling the hell out the ball. The Spurs dribbling. Spurs holding. What a 3-second call at. The Lakers D'ing up. Spurs still dribbling the ball, still swinging the ball around. Gets blocked by Vanderbilt. And they call a foul. And Vanderbilt picking up silly fouls. Vanderbilt commits a silly foul to get the Spurs 3 free throws, 3-3. No Hachimura, no Reeves, no LeBron. Again, no Rui Hachimura, no Reeves, no LeBron. Lakers in a tie game, 3-3. Luka back to the basket. Luka dribbles, goes in the paint, throws a lob to Ayton. Ayton gets swatted. And the Spurs get an easy layup, 5-3 game. 5-3 Spurs. In the half court, Smart dribbling the ball. Luka gets the ball. Luka goes up, throws it to Ayton. And Ayton's got to be able to dunk that. 5-5 game. Tie game, 5-all. And the Lakers are out of sorts defensively. Commits a foul and one for the Spurs. 7-5 ball game. Spurs up by 2. Eight-5 game. Too much penetration. Lakers don't defend at all. Luka in the half court. Luka with the slow dribble. And the ball's not moving enough. Too much Luka Doncic. Move that ball, man. I mean, damn. I want to see some actions. Some plays range. Just Luka. Smart to connect. Back to Luka. Luka Come on. Luka driving. And the ball never swung. Yeah, I don't like how Luka gets the ball. The ball just stops with Luka. I mean, damn. Ugh. I might not make it through this game. This style of play is horrible. No defense. Fouling 3-point shooters. Not rebounding to his penetration. I don't think I can watch this 4 quarters. This might not be a watchable game for 4 quarters. The Lakers are just, ugh. It's hard to watch this team. Like, I'm a Lakers fan, but it's hard to watch these boys. It's hard. It's like playing puzzles. Luka dribbling the fuck out the ball. Luka stops on the dime, fall away. All that dribbling for one fucking shot. 11-7 Spurs up. $13-7 Spurs up. In the half court, the Spurs are looking to blow out the Lakers. Well, the Lakers are fucked up, bro. In the half court. $14-9 Spurs up. Rebound, Luka. Luka's so slow to get up the court. Those are lob to connect. Luka got to push harder than that, man. You got to push hard.
No, you traveling as a woman, not him. You think it's okay for you as a woman to travel when you gotta have a guy? That's what. Imagine if I got a job and I need to go and travel and I know I'm not gonna go and work because you're. Okay, outside of like you have to travel to work or something like that. Or if I want to spend time with my mother and my sister. If I want to spend time with my mother and my sister, I want to go to a cruise with My friends. No, I'm talking about like vacation, like she did, like for fun. Las Vegas spring trip, spring break. Miami. No. The word is not appropriate, but I won't do it because I want to be with him. Okay. You said it's okay. Why do you think it's okay?
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And then what about you? Why do you think it's? You were saying you work really hard, right? So that's why. No blowing off steam. No blowing off steam. Just literally having that self-right for self, like to go and do what I want to do, just like we do. Like I absolutely have every right to travel and do what I need to do. I work hard. I play hard. I'm with a friend. I have a child I take care of every day. Absolutely, I deserve to go on the team trip. Absolutely. Okay. With my 670 credit scores. Absolutely. Now you mentioned the man. You're so rude, bro. I'm so sorry for you because you already know what's happening. I said, all right. No, but you just being so disrespectful, and I'm so loud. Nah. Yes. You said work hard, and you were saying that we should have to do everything. It's not about doing what a man can do. It was the summer. Summer in Europe is lit. My coast is lit. Why the fuck would I be there? Like, y'all want to be there if y'all have a check? Let's go. We're not at home. Yeah. No. Okay, so respectfully, I spend 300. What about 300
In the half court, the Spurs go up. Smart gathers it from Connect. Luka up the court. Luka Doncic 1-on-1. Luka loves turning his back to the basket. Luka drives in, pass to Ayton. And why he didn't throw it to the corner? Yeah. (14-11) game. And Victor's back. Oh, the Lakers in trouble. The Lakers are in trouble. And Smart, that's a bad shot. Luka pushing. Gabe Vincent to Luka. Offensive foul. In the half court, 14-11. The Lakers gets dunked on. 16-11. Spurs up. Luka. Uh-huh. 'Luka misses the free throw. 16-12. Lakers rebound. Eighteen 14. Spurs up. Gabe misses badly. Luka with the rebound. Luka's step back jumper is cash. 18-17. Spurs up.
so many days with my partner, I should definitely be allowed to and travel and do my one in another country and just have good, clean fun, which I did do. And I wasn't a hoe. That's classes at night, girl. Here, we have no identity, bro. You're obese. 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 But the girl is saying country. Let's talk about it. No, don't talk about it. Don't say you're getting fish. You coming for another? You coming for a big fish? You are not doing shit. You coming for a big fish? You're right. Let's go. Check your resume. Oh well. Check. Baby, I'm beautiful fucking well. Is it not pretty? So let's go on the podcast. Is it not pretty? Is it pretty? Just because he's not justified to fuck it, it doesn't make it right. Y'all need to cut this. Y'all talk for the big girls all day. Like, get the fuck out of here. That shit is so 2005. I'll move on. Get the fuck out of here. All right, so for you, you said that you also think it's appropriate. Why do you think it's appropriate to travel when you have a guy?
I mean, we're all grown people and we can do what we want. It takes communication. You talk to your partner, you tell them what to do, and then that's it.
Yeah. So I'll be honest here. I don't think it's appropriate for a woman to travel when she's in a relationship. I also don't think it's appropriate for it to be an open relationship for the woman ever.
But for the man is?
Absolutely. Yes.
The man is like, as a woman, I'm biased. So what if I want to bring another female into the relationship,
Okay.
or talk for a little bit?
So you can say, I just come to realize that most girls that say that they're bisexual, they're really not.
I like my women.
Okay, they just say that most of the time to be attracted to men. Most of you guys can't stand each other. You don't like each other.
That's false. I run a female force. And we do.
You want to know something? Everybody knows something. This IQ, this panel is low IQ. Because I'll tell you why.
That's fine.
And I'll explain why. When I say a general statement, right? If that statement applies to you or it doesn't, is the relevance. If I say, right, most women are claim they're bisexual, but they're really not, and that's a lie. And then you go and say,
$19.17. Fox made the first. Fox made two. In the half court, the Lakers. Luka, the dribbling master. Luka to the corner. Gate for three. 20 all. Tie game. 2020. The Lakers play terrible D. 23-20. In the half court, the Lakers. Luka getting hit, foul. Luka draws a foul. In the half court, connect to Luka. Luka off the screen. Luka. Foul and one. 23-22. Luka with the free throw. In the half court, the Spurs. Wemby swings it out. Miss. Lakers. Rebound. Lakers ball. Tie game. 23 all. 125 in the first quarter. $125 in the first. 23 all. In the half court, the Lakers shoot, miss. Lakers. Knicks misses. Spurs pushing. Spurs shooting. Easy work. Lakers don't defend. Knicks with the ball in his hand. Knicks with the ball. Knicks holding for the last shot. Lakers down by 3. Kleber's shot is broke as a fucking glass can. And Lakers down by 3 at the end of the first.
Our experience otherwise does not refute the fact that it's still generally cloudy, right? So if I say the sky is blue, you say that's not true. I saw one that was orange. Like in general, it's blue. So like men who tend to speak in generality, always bring it back to themselves and say, "Well, that's my experience." No, about your experience. There's all the respect. I'm speaking in general. Okay. So in general, I can say anything. And also, so they can monitor the pictures and Like, ladies, why do you guys love me 1,000?
But it's because we emotion.
Be quiet when I'm fucking talking. Why do you guys do stupid? If you guys so able, why do you guys take you seriously? Why do you guys here go? Why do you guys want to sit here until you can travel on a trip to a foreign country while I monkey ass pop? Like, it is crazy to me how girls are able to make it through life in a functional hotel. But you guys are and that's cool. That's not too long.
I mean, fuck.
You know, I've never heard that. And then you go and tell me, well, you have a experience. With all due respect, you're not qualified to do this. While here, this is why men typically don't respect female opinions because you guys typically give your opinions based on experience versus objective reality. And that's what it is. I mean, with all due respect before, you were using what science or star science to decide how personality. What? Just diamonds and that. Doesn't matter when you're born. Like, how about that? Like being a Leo, women use these ridiculous concepts to justify and rationalize their existence, like, or someone else's personality. I don't get it. Go ahead, sure.
Okay.
Oh, you good?
So the thing about it is, like, you guys went in the circle and y'all observed us. What about you guys?
Talk about it. No. Talk about it.
Go ahead.
Talk about it.
There's no bio, there's no written communication. It's just a gray area in judgment. Like, is that what it gives? Like, is that what we're doing? No, ask yourself the same question so we can evaluate.
What? Okay, so there you go. That's
Ugh. Thirty 23. Lakers don't defend, man. Mm.
I guess, a flaw in your thinking because men and women, I'll tell you why. I'll explain why that is. So you're saying, ask yourself the same question. What you don't understand is that we have different standards. You as a woman have different requirements than me as a man. As a man, I'm expected to protect and provide and be a leader. So you as a woman, you're expected to provide and nurturing, right? Follow, be quiet, right? Don't be opinions. We don't like loud. Nope. That's a like, for you to say, so for you to say, okay, I'm supposed to see your questions there. That's kind of nonsensical because we don't adhere to the same standards. Like, for example, like a second ago, you said, well, I can work around flavor and I should travel because niggas can do it too. That's something along the lines that you said. And I would argue, not really, because men, right, number one, when we go out and we do things and we have sex with other women, let's say one relationship, we can still love our girl. See, we go to come back to a woman like nothing happened. On the other hand, when they come back to a man like nothing happened. You're going to feel guilty, you probably lost work for him, you probably got lost respect for him. It's not the same when a woman takes out a relationship as a man. That's true. No one's saying it's wrong for guys to travel. You said yourself, I travel. You ask me all the time, Donovan, would you let your wife go to Amsterdam and Paris?
Would you let your wife go to the club? The answer to the question is she can do whatever she wants to do. Literally whatever she wants to do. However, if she does go to Paris and Amsterdam or travels without me, she has effectively ended the relationship. That's not me being controlling. That's me controlling my response. And this is what men have to understand about women. You can't control women, gentlemen. Women are going to do what they want to do regardless, just as men are going to do what we want to do regardless. So if a woman wants to see you later, so if a woman wants to tell you, hey, I work hard later, and I should be able to go here, no problem. Then I also should reserve the right to disqualify a woman for engaging in acts that ultimately lead to infidelity. Because
That is so shallow.
no, sure.
That is so shallow. Oh my God.
Perspectives. It is like they do say a lot of truth because a lot of women, we react off of emotion. Our main thing is emotion. Where men are logical. They go off of the logistics of things. They go off of numbers, and they go off of little emotion, and probabilities. So when it comes to that, that's why I agree with all of this because in all honesty, we react differently because we're more aware of the energy aspect as women compared to men. But men are on the numbers and logistics side of everything. So they're not necessarily first off reacting with emotion. They're our first instinct, emotion. So it's a balance.
I've been containing myself quite a bit.
Yeah, you
You guys have been saying all throughout the show. For example, the whole concept of a girl should get married later on. I'm like, oh, dumb that is. I'll tell you why it's dumb. I don't work as a man to bust my ass, build up a name for myself, build up a home, be able to afford a certain car, live a certain lifestyle, etc. To go ahead and get used goods. A girl that's older has been around. I want women that are younger, fresher, gonna follow her lead, not be annoying, not have baggage, not have kids in tow, not be a pass, all this other bullshit like that. Men want women that aren't used. Sorry, that's what it is. And the more money, the more status a man has, the more he can demand from his partner.
Over pedophilia then, my younger girl.
This goes my concept again, right? As usual, I give violent realities and then they go to the extreme.
Yeah. Well, I'm his son. I was married. My You know what I'm saying? Me being married at 20 was still young.
You understand that when someone is saying something that's objectively true, right, and then you go ahead and you use your own personal experience to try to invalidate that, makes you low IQ, right? Yeah.
It's not that I'm a low IQ. Okay, whatever you want to say.
And I'm telling you something that is objectively true, that men in general want younger, more attractive women. Okay, and then you go ahead and say that's pedophilia, and then you use your own
You
personal
said a woman
experience.
that's not been used or been through men. So you want a virgin. So like I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yes,
You want a
well,
virgin woman
if you
that's
let
not
me
been
finish, if you let me finish, I'd be happy to actually finish, but you're not letting me finish. So men want women that don't have a bunch of baggage. That's what it comes down to. You're just attracted to that. Just like you want a man that has status and the ability to provide resources and is older, because women overwhelmingly want men that are older than them. So that would, by definition, means that the woman's got to be younger. I mean, just some common sense and logic here. But for you to go ahead and say pedophilia, no. It's just that men typically want younger women because younger women tend to have more fertile genes and they look better, etc. 18 to 24 typically is a woman's prime. Right, but I love the fact that you jumped to the conclusion and called it pedophilia, which is ridiculous.
This is what happens when men voice their standards and
I'm just
expectations.
saying,
Women
my
try to
grandmother was 14. She made a 30-year-old man. I'm just saying that my grandmother and my mother
Yes, the age of
had me when
consent.
she was
The
17,
age of
and
consent
I
has
had kids
changed.
when I was 20.
The age of
So
consent
what I'm
has
saying,
changed
what I
many
was
times.
saying was, when women are so young, is trying to break that generational gap of being married at such a
Well,
young
tell me-
age,
well, you know what? Let
and,
me tell you
having,
this.
and just being a
Women
woman
were
to have
younger.
babies.
Sorry. Women were happier back then than they are now.
Yeah, right.
Yes. We have there's more women on antidepressant and anxiety medication than ever before. More women are going to see therapists than ever before. Since the 1970s, women's approval rates of life have gone down, but they made more money, become more successful, have more education. Why is that? It's because you go ahead and you want to stave off a marriage, you want to stave off being in a relationship, you want to go ahead and do all
Why
this.
this act became created, sir? Because they did marry women at young ages. No fight. I'm just saying. Like, let's go back. How many generations our parents were slaves? Let's go back to the real.
Hey, we don't have to end up as slaves from
Because we're going back to women and men. How women.
Like I was saying, right? You guys can say all this. I think what's facts? What is facts?
Brown and black women were raped and trained to be domesticated at a young age. To the point where in Dominican Republic to this day, they train women to be domesticated instead of to be a housewife and a mother instead of being educated. So low IQ, generational curses. Don't come on at us talking we have low IQ because we weren't trained that way. We weren't taught that. So we were taught to take care of a house, cook, clean, and have babies.
It's low IQ that you can't even address what I was trying to say. What I'm saying,
Low IQ.
she's not
even on topic at all. You just went into a whole other tangent of slavery that has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Women being hoes, that's where slavery comes from.
Oh my.
Twerking, that's where slavery comes from. Let's go back.
Okay, so
You got the other way looking at you sideways.
It's history.
I'm sorry. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever because women are more liberated now than ever before, and they're the most promiscuous.
Oh God, this is
So
so
no one is forcing you to be
because we were
promiscuous.
slaves. We were raped as slaves.
Were you a slave? Were you a slave?
You want to slave?
My great grandmother was.
Were you a slave? Yes or no? And were you yes or no?
I was yes. I was not a slave, but I was my own business. Yes, because I was taught that. Yes.
Yeah, slave to your business is not a slave.
How do you?
It is this mentality, my love.
It's called being an entrepreneur.
Being an entrepreneur in a place where they taught you financial
I give up.
literacy. Being an entrepreneur where it's financial literacy is taught, and being an entrepreneur where it's like
you have to work because we worked this hard to get you here. So now you got to work hard to continue your business. That's a slave mentality. I was a slave to my own business. So yes, I demeaned myself because I allowed myself to be misconstrued as a woman, and I demeaned myself to marry
She
at
had
a
a
young
bunch of different
So-
things. She talked about slavery and
It's all connected, my love. It's all connected.
whatever.
Entrepreneurship. Yeah.
Like you made 0 points, bro. Like you're not
My
saying that
point,
topic.
my point is the fact that you guys
It's all
women
like you, and
homes,
she hasn't heard anything.
it goes back to generational trauma.
Well, then break it then.
By not being
I am breaking it. What do you mean? I am breaking it.
So then what's the issue here?
Don't be hoe.
I'm not a hoe. Nobody knows. The fact that you call me one is ignorant. It's because I was married twice and divorced twice and don't be a hoe. You said don't be a hoe. You said
I
don't be a
said
hoe.
okay, hold on. You know what? This is gonna be interesting. Do you remember how this conversation started? What did we originally have this conversation on? What was it on originally?
Your conversation
Yeah,
started.
when I was making my point, what was the original thing that I said that I disagreed with?
Getting married young was wrong.
That's what I was saying. And I was explaining it's because.
And you said our intellectual IQ is low.
Okay, look, I need you to
That's
be
why
quiet.
that
I need you to be quiet when I'm talking, okay?
Oh,
And I need you to listen and actually comprehend what I'm saying so you can respond to what I'm actually saying versus responding to a bunch of things that I didn't even talk about, like slavery and rape and all those other random stuff.
Bringing it up.
So, okay, but it doesn't have anything to do with the
It
conversation. No, it doesn't.
Low IQ. That's what he means when he says low
This
IQ.
is like proving my point.
Unbelievable, man.
Like, this is crazy. Anyway,
Okay.
what I was saying was, men look for women that are younger because they're biologically inclined to look for it, because women look for men that are older, because men that are older provide resources, women that are younger have fertility, and we can have kids with them. It is what it is.
That's true.
Now, to tell a girl, oh, just wait until later. I think you said that you mentioned something about having a kid when you're 30 or getting married when you're 30. Why is a man that busts his ass to get to a certain point and be successful and be attractive? Why is he going to settle down with an older woman that isn't going to listen to him and give him a headache?
He's not.
Oh, someone gets it. So why is the guy, when he's at his peak, going to take a girl when she's on her decline? I don't understand that, ladies. Yes.
Yeah.
When a woman, when a woman passes.
Annoying?
Yes, annoying. Yes.
Chris.
What?
Chris. When a woman passes, you do understand.
Yes.
As women age, they
Mama,
use.
Yeah, bitch.
As women.
Oh, I gotta go. No, really, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, man.
I love you guys. I respect your platform, but I gotta go. I definitely will. All right. Thank you so much. Don't go.
Okay. Like I was saying, when a woman's at passing, when she gets she just loses value. It is what it is. Like this is. Why do you think they call it Forever 21 and not Forever 31?
That's the funniest
In 20 years, they're going to call it Forever 31, though. It's what I'm trying to sell you, man.
It's wild to me that like women will sit here and try to like be delusional about their age doesn't play into their value. Like, why does that lady say it's rude to ask lady her age? Why?
Because they know that the higher their age, the lower their perceived value. That's why you never ask a woman their age.
You mentioned yourself that you almost died. Okay, you mentioned yourself that you almost died at 33 years old giving birth to your kid. Like, you think if you had maybe had that kid when you were younger, probably there wouldn't have been as many health complications?
I had 2 kids when I was 20.
Okay, and you didn't have any issues?
No issues. But after 7 to 10 years, your body regenerates. You have new body parts.
Okay,
Yes, you do. That's science. After 7 to 10 years, you have new body parts. Oh, you're a doctor. No, you're not. This is taught me by a doctor. That's why I have complications having my 3rd child.
Your own life experiences confirmed, if we're going to use anecdotal evidence that you guys have been using, your own personal experiences literally validate what I've been telling you. It's men naturally don't like women that are older. It's because when you get older, you're not able to have children at the same level as when they were in their 20s. And you almost died because of it. That proves my point. Women biologically, right, shouldn't be having kids. And even a doctor will tell you, hey, 30 years old, you lost 80% of your eggs. 35 years old is considered a high-risk pregnancy. Why do they tell you these things? Well, it's because it actually is dangerous and men naturally are not attracted to that. We have all these biological innovations in us to look for the opposite gender. Why do women want men that are taller, stronger, etc., so that we can protect you. You look for survival skills, right? So you look for skills. Are you attractive? Can you have my kids? Oh, I'm 30? Yeah, if I have kids with you, the kid might not survive. Like, this is a millennia of human programming that's put into us for survival. This is why men actually look for women that are younger. So for you guys to sit there and say, well, I think you should get married when you're older. Well, good job. You just shot yourself in the foot. And the men that you find attractive aren't necessarily looking for you. I'll tell you, I'm a multi-millionaire. Yeah, I'm gonna date a girl that's in her 40s. Get out of here. Y'all are crazy. No, I didn't bust my ass to get to a certain level to go ahead and sit here and deal with rambunctious women that call themselves alpha females and tell me you're wrong, and then give me their personal experience, and I tell them this is not how things go. We don't want to deal with you guys, okay? I'm just telling you guys your face. Men don't like older, rambunctious women that don't follow their lead. So we go with younger, more attractive girls that are going to shut up when we talk. Because we don't give a fuck about your guys' opinions, because you guys live life on easy mode. Ta-da! I can't go on OnlyFans and make money. I can't be a model or do this extra stuff that a lot of you guys do. I have a dude take care of me for 5 years, and I find out that I don't want to be there no more because I can't go on trips anymore. We don't get these luxuries that you guys do. I can't work at Twin Peaks and be a moron. Okay? I have to be fucking competence. Everybody shut the fuck up. What I'm saying is this. I have to be excellent at everything I do. I have to fight for everything that I earn to be able to do it. So what the fuck do I look like getting with a girl? It's going to give me a hard time. I already have a hard time being a man and going out on life. So I'm not going to come home and sit here and argue with you or have you challenge me or some other bullshit. Get out of here. The world already challenged me. I need you to challenge me. Man. I need to be cute and shut the fuck up. That's what men want. No one ever tells you guys this shit, though, which is why you guys stay single, become whores, get on antidepressant medication, can't find a guy to take you seriously. He texted me, but he won't text me back now. I hooked up with him. What's going on? Why doesn't he like me? I'm telling you why he doesn't like you. You're fucking annoying a lot of the times. That's what it comes down to.
Now I'm not the only asshole at the table. To be honest.
Olay is changing my shower heads with 5 stages. Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
It was last winter, and I was living alone in a small neighborhood home. It was one of those places where everything in the backyard turned into trees and undeveloped gardens. I lived there for about a year by then, and never really had any issues. It was quiet, which I liked, and even though it was on the older side, it still felt like a nice, cozy home. This happened over a long weekend, where it was snowing on a day, and it was extremely cold outside, often below zero. So I was at home and inside all day. This night, after eating dinner and cleaning up around the house, I watched TV for a bit and eventually turned everything off and went to bed around 11. One thing I have to mention about the bedroom is that for the last 3 or so months before this happened, the lock on my bedroom door had been broken. It was one of those push locks, and I just noticed one night that it didn't work. The door would still click open from both sides, but I had put it off for all that time because it just didn't seem important. I lived alone. I didn't have family members or roommates that I was trying to keep out of my room. As long as all the main entrance doors were locked, my bedroom door really shouldn't matter. The hassle of buying a new one and changing it out just seemed really unnecessary. That being said, sometime later in the night, I woke up suddenly. My heart was beating quickly for some reason, and although the house was pitch black and quiet, I could faintly see that my bedroom door was cracked open. I could feel the alarms going off in my head, but at the same time, I knew there was a chance the door just didn't close properly and happened to make its way open. Maybe the cold winds slightly shifting the house caused it. I got out of bed and walked over, not wanting to turn the lights on, hoping I could just close it and get back to sleep. I shut it and double checked it was latched in the doorway, then got back in bed. But as I laid there, I could tell something in me wasn't satisfied, like my gut knew there was more to this. I kept opening my eyes and looking around the room, although seeing nothing but shadows filling every corner. I probably stubbornly laid there, hoping to pass out eventually, for 30 minutes, before something moved in the house. I heard it, like a shuffle on the floorboards, either downstairs or in the hall outside my room. I leaned my body up and tried to listen, but there wasn't anything else. I was frozen, sitting up in my bed and not making a sound for a while. I was worried that if I got up and moved, then I wouldn't hear it again, or wouldn't be able to determine what it was. And eventually, I continued listening, but laid back down. I waited and listened for a long time, and don't even remember falling asleep. Didn't realize it until I woke up suddenly again, heart beating quickly just like before. And when my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw the same thing. My bedroom door was cracked open. I laid there staring at the gap in the doorway, looking at the darkness beyond it. Obviously, the hallway light was off, so it was just a deeper black outside of my room. I tried to tell myself it must have been the house again, or that maybe it didn't latch the way I thought it did. But that explanation didn't sit right this time, because I was very aware of how intentionally I closed it last time I got up. I started to get out of bed to walk over there again, but just as I swung my legs out of the covers, something shifted behind the door frame, like someone had moved out of the darkness between the crack in the doorway. I froze up again. I didn't hear anything though. No footsteps walking away. Nothing. Just the wind making the house creak. I didn't know if whoever the hell was right outside that door was still there, or if they were watching me, or what they were going to do. I stood motionless and quiet for 5 whole minutes, but it felt like hours, before I quickly ran to the door and slammed it closed, pressing all of my body weight into it to keep them out. But he didn't try to push it back open. There were maybe 15 seconds of silence, and then I heard soft, dull footsteps slowly move down the hallway and down the stairs. Sounded like he went toward the back door, and then it was quiet again. I quickly called the police, and thankfully I can say nothing else happened during the 10-ish minutes I waited for the police to make it and search the house. They took down a lengthy report of the whole night and everything I knew, which wasn't much, and they searched the home, but found nothing. However, as we were standing in the kitchen talking about what happened, I glanced toward the back door, explaining that's where I last heard his footsteps moving toward. And I saw him again, his silhouette standing in the trees behind my backyard. He moved away quickly before the officers could look. He was probably standing out there watching us through the windows from afar, which is insanely creepy and unsettling. I spent that night at a friend's house, as well as the next few days. Over the few weeks afterward, I didn't really get any more news from the police, but the snow cleared up a bit, and I found some even more unsettling things in the back forest behind my home. There were these faint and rugged trails through the woods, like from someone having walked the same way over and over, and the trail led right up to the back of my house. Whoever this guy was, he'd been stalking me for a while, long enough to have even naturally made a footpath in the forest. And probably the most disturbing find was that the way he broke in was likely through one of the back windows, which I found didn't lock correctly, kinda like my bedroom door. Could just be a coincidence, but seeing as he'd been stalking me for a while, there's a chance that that night wasn't the first time he was in my house. And the broken lock on my bedroom door might have not been some random, unrelated occurrence either. Needless to say, I moved out and far away from there. I just really hope I wasn't followed. I know right now as I'm writing this, it's the middle of winter, but this actually happened a few months ago on Halloween. I wasn't sure if I wanted to share this, but after debating it for a while, I decided I might as well, just in case it helps someone else not fall for the same situation I did. I live in a really old apartment building on the outskirts of town, which wasn't necessarily a bad area, but it was definitely far from being nice. It was where most who couldn't afford to live in the city end up settling down at, since all the houses and buildings were built in the early 1900s, so they were cheap. My apartment had been renovated a few times, but overall it was still noticeably in bad shape. A ton of the people living in the other units moved out in just the last couple of years, and all the rooms were left vacant. I don't think whoever owned the building ever tried to rent out the rooms. Maybe they wanted people to move out. I don't know. They just left the empty rooms there, and after a while, I genuinely think I was the only one still living in that building. It felt like every time I walked in or out through the halls, I never heard a single sound or saw anyone at all. It was just an empty, forgotten building that somehow I was the only one still living in. I distinctly remember a month or so before this event, I had tossed some stuff in the dryer before walking out of the building to head to work. And down all 3 stories of the building, I could hear my dryer rumbling through the walls, filling the silence in the staircase and the hallways. That's how quiet and vacant it was. Anyway, I worked on Halloween, and being older and living in an apartment, there wasn't much for me to celebrate. Obviously, kids don't go trick-or-treating inside apartment complexes. Not that anyone else lived here anyway. So I tossed my work stuff on the floor and just sat on the couch to maybe watch a horror movie or pull up a Halloween-themed video on YouTube. It was around 9 p.m. when the sudden knock at the door to my unit nearly had me paralyzed from how much it startled me. 3 loud knocks, and then it was just quiet. And they were definitely at my door. I got up, still shaken and confused, that not only was this the first I'd heard of anyone being in the building for months, but also that they were at my door. I walked over and cracked the door open, and was even more confused. There was a kid. She was wearing a Halloween costume and holding up a bag. I must have stared at her for a whole 10 seconds, frozen and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. The girl didn't say anything either. She just stood there, looking at me through her mask. The bag she held up was empty, no candy in it, and I felt bad that I didn't have any to hand out. But I was more focused on figuring out where she even came from. How did you get in here? Do your parents live in this building? She didn't speak. Didn't really seem fazed by the question either. Honestly, had no emotion. I leaned my head into the hallway and looked down past the girl. No one else was out there. No parents, no other kids. It was dead silent in the whole building. I was about to ask another question, but she suddenly turned away and walked down the hall to the staircase and left. I stood there for a minute, hearing her go down the stairs and seemingly out of the building. Didn't knock on any other doors or stop at any rooms. Something was really strange about that. I closed and locked my door behind me, but I felt like I needed answers. All these months of not hearing or seeing a single person or sign that anyone else was in this building. And then suddenly one night a girl shows up at my door. It just didn't seem right. I spent a few minutes trying to look out the windows at the parking lot in front of the building, but my car was the only one there, just like it always was, and no one else was outside. It was dark and vacant. After a few more minutes of thinking about it, I threw on my jacket and decided to head out to look around. I went into the hallway, stopping to listen for a moment, then walked down to the staircase. As I walked downstairs, the building seemed just as dead as usual. No signs of anyone else on any of the other floors. When I got down to the bottom, I looked outside from the front door. The girl was definitely gone now, and there was no one near the building whatsoever. I know it was Halloween, but this kinda had me legitimately creeped out. And as I was closing the front door, I noticed something else. The keypad next to the door had a blinking light. Now, this was just one of those old keypads with the buzzers that I guess used to work, but since I'd been there, it wasn't functional. I always used my physical key, and even if you press the buttons on the keypad, it wouldn't light up or show any signs that it was working. I assumed it was completely disconnected. So seeing the light suddenly on and blinking was pretty strange. I closed the door and tested to see if it locked, thinking maybe the blinking light meant the door wasn't locking properly. But it seemed to lock just as usual, so I started heading back up to my unit. I didn't like the feeling of being outside of my room, not with the strange things going on this night. I walked up past the first floor, and then the second, but stopped in my tracks as I passed the hallway. I backed up and looked down it, confirming what I saw out the corner of my eye. One of the unit doors was open. That had just happened during the couple minutes between me walking downstairs and coming back up. Hello? My voice echoed down the hall, and there was not a sound in response. A chill hit me. I quickly hurried up to my room, getting in and closing the door behind me. I felt like my whole body went into panic mode for a second. I took a deep breath and started to walk into the living room before sudden loud knocks hit the door behind me. I hadn't even been inside for 10 seconds. I called out hello again as I stared at the door. The person knocked again, but didn't say anything. I quietly walked up to the other side of the door, and I looked out the peephole. I saw a man. He had full black clothing and a hood draped over his face. He hit the door again and stood right up to the door, like he was pressing on it, so that as soon as I turned the handle, the door would fly open. I took a few steps back, and suddenly I heard something else. Footsteps from the outside hallway. There was more than one. I heard them start whispering, but all I could hear were low mumbles through the thin walls. I could feel that whatever this was wasn't over. I got my phone and dialed 911, then tried to find a place to hide. It was just a one-bedroom, tiny apartment, so my options weren't great. I decided to go out onto the balcony, which had blinds covering it. And not a minute later, there was a slight thump inside the building, and then I saw light slowly shine into the room as the door creaked open. I was looking through the small cracks between the blinds. Two men walked in and started looking around. My heart was racing. They were inside for a while, even coming right up near the blinds to the balcony, but eventually left. I waited out there in the cold for 10 minutes before cops got there. No one else was inside the building, and from the investigation, I did find out that I was the only one living in the building still, at least legally. No one else should have had access aside from the owner. But I didn't get many answers as to what was really going on. It felt like the men had used the little girl to condition me to open the door, so that when they knocked, I wouldn't think twice and would just open the door. I moved out in the following days, and it seemed like after moving away, everything died out. The police stopped giving any updates, and the whole situation faded into nothing. I don't know what those men wanted from me, or what was really going on in that building, and I'm thankful I didn't have to find out that night.
From will I to why not? From can I to yes, I can. From if to when. For over 130 years, Strayer University has been innovating our approach to higher education. So students like you can get from here to there and keep striving.
Wow. Every time.
Yeah, every time.
No.
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in, with healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
I used to work the night shift at a small shipping warehouse right outside of town. It wasn't a big place, just a long concrete building with 3 loading docks, a tiny office, and endless rows of metal shelving. Most nights, it was only me and 1 or 2 other guys, but the company cut hours during the slow season, so for a few weeks, I was completely alone from midnight to 6 a.m. I didn't think much of it at first. I guess the peace and quiet was nice, and the job was easy enough. I kept my earbuds in most of the night and tried to not think about how quiet it was. Heavy machines that ran all day were silent at night, so even the smallest noise echoed. This night in particular was very quiet. No cars driving on the highway outside, or even wind hitting the building. From inside, I could hear the soft sound of crickets in the forest that was just beside the building, because there was nothing to drown out the noise. At some point early in my shift, I put my earbuds in and worked for a good while without stopping. I was in the far back corner, scanning a pallet, when I heard something that made me stop. Footsteps, light ones, not hurried or heavy, but almost definitely footsteps. They came from the front of the warehouse, near the office. At first, I thought my boss might have stopped by without texting me, which has happened before, and gave me as good of a scare as you'd imagine. I took my earbuds out and listened again, but now there was nothing. After a minute, I told myself I imagined it, but then just as I started getting back to work, I heard them again. Just a few footsteps, slow and spaced out, like whoever it was wasn't sure where they were going.
John, that you?
I called out my boss's name, but he didn't call back, and the footsteps seemed to stop too. I walked toward the front, trying to act like I wasn't nervous. The warehouse lights didn't reach the office area that well, leaving that part of the building dim and shadowy. I flipped on the office light and checked inside. I even checked the break room and found nothing. Didn't know what else to do other than shake it off and get back to work. Usually I didn't get worked up about stuff like this, so I knew either tonight I was just feeling off or something was actually off about the warehouse. Another hour went by, and I'd finished scanning what I needed to, and headed back to the office to log everything and check on a couple of things. Like I said before, the office was kind of in the back corner of the building. I sat down and started doing all the boring computer work of just clicking through things and adjusting the numbers from the scans. I was in there no more than 5 minutes when, for some reason, I looked up at the hallway window, the one that overlooked the warehouse floor. Someone was walking between the shelving rows, just a silhouette, barely visible, but I felt like even from the quick half look I saw, the movement was clearly someone walking. I stood up so fast the chair tipped over, and I shouted hey at them to try to get them to stop. My voice resonated down the warehouse, but after they disappeared out of view behind the shelf, I didn't see anything. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find to defend myself, some old metal tool from the desk, and stepped outside the office. I started slowly walking down, and I kept calling out something along the lines of, "Who's here?" and "You can't be in here," over and over. No matter how hard I tried to fake it, my voice didn't sound confident at all. I moved aisle by aisle, checking corners and even looking behind boxes where a grown adult couldn't possibly be hiding. And yet I still found no one. Eventually, I made it to the far back wall, and every row behind me was empty. I sort of stared at the warehouse with this blank stare, trying to understand this. The only other place I could look were the couple side hallways that I guess if it really was a person I saw, they could have snuck into, but I felt like I would have heard the heavy metal doors opening and closing. But there was no way I'd be able to get back to work without checking. I opened one of the doors and looked down. This area I hadn't really been to. I think it led to all the managers' offices and stuff like that I had no business ever being in. I didn't see anyone though, so I turned around and let the door start closing behind me. And just when I did, I heard the sound of a door opening from down the corridor. I quickly spun around and grabbed the door before it shut, looking down the hall again. There was a man now, standing right at the end of the corridor. He looked early 20s, but not like the normal young guy you usually see. He looked disheveled and crazy, eyes wide open, enough for me to see them from all the way down at the other end of the hall. I don't know if he was on something or what, but it was horrifying and disturbing, the way he looked at me. I called out, asking what he was here for, and telling him he needed to go. The guy didn't even look like he comprehended what I said. I called out again, trying to sound more aggressive, and mentioning that I'd called security, which was a lie, but I hoped it would work. He started taking a few steps forward. I couldn't tell if he was complying with me or just trying to close the distance, so I just stood in the doorway trying to talk to him still, think it was when he was about 15 to 20 feet away that I noticed something in his hand. And by the time I looked back up at his eyes, he lifted his arm and hurled it at me, chucked it with all of his strength, sending it flying right at my head, only missing me by a couple of inches and hitting the door frame beside me. It was a hammer or a large metal wrench. The harsh metal echo it made when it hit the door frame felt like it burst my eardrums. I immediately turned and booked it out of there, hearing the guy chase me like his life depended on it. I looked over my shoulder a couple times, seeing him still just 10 to 15 feet behind me, with that horrifying look in his eyes. I made it to the office and locked myself in, hearing him slam his body into the metal door and try opening it. Luckily, this office was solid, only having that metal door and the window, which was the super sturdy kind, like maybe 4 inches thick of heavy-duty glass that isn't supposed to shatter in a rough work environment. The guy moved around to the window and started ravagely slamming his shoulder into it and punching it. He looked absolutely insane, but he eventually realized he couldn't break in and turned around and just walked away, slowly making his way down to the other end of the building and I'm assuming out the back door. I was already using the office phone to contact the police by this point, but it took forever for them to get to the warehouse, so the guy really could have been anywhere by this point. This wasn't some fancy new warehouse either, so the cameras were awful. They showed us the guy breaking into one of the doors and walking around, almost stalking me during my whole shift, but there were no clear views of his face to identify him with. Wasn't any way to know why he broke in or was trying to attack me either. I stayed at that job for a while afterward, and the event almost started to not even feel real because of how crazy it was. Eventually, though, I did leave and get a similar gig somewhere else, figuring it wasn't worth hanging around with the chance the guy could come back looking for me.
This is what Free Palestine means to Hamas.
Bragging to his mother? Really?
They want to kill all Jews. Hamas must go. Choose freedom, not terror.
This happened when I was 18, making the road trip from my hometown to my new college. I had all my stuff shoved into the trunk and backseat of my cheap SUV. This was not only my first long road trip alone, but was also going to be my first time being away from my family for an extended amount of time, so my nerves were reasonably high. Anyway, the directions I was taking said it was 600 miles total, which I split into 2 days of driving. I was taking whatever route the maps had me take, and it estimated I'd make it to the hotel at 11 p.m., but with possible traffic, gas stops, and getting food, I knew I'd likely get there much later. By 7, the sun was fully gone, and most of the cars were gone too. Every once in a while, a car would pass by, and I'd see their headlights slowly fade out in front of me, but for most of the drive, it was just me. This actually made me really tired and bored. Around 10, I decided I'd stop at the next gas station before making the final stretch of the drive. About 10 minutes later, I exited the road and entered a gas station. Being so far out, this wasn't a town or anything. It was literally just a gas station with a few pumps and a tiny convenience store. I didn't see any other cars on the road or in the lot, and not even any lights from any nearby houses or buildings in the distance. I pulled right up to a pump and got out to start topping off my tank, and as I looked around, I almost got jump scared by a guy walking up to me. In comparison to myself, he was much older, probably 50s if I had to guess, and he honestly looked homeless. But regardless, being approached out here wasn't something I was expecting, and his short smile didn't make me feel any more comfortable. "Hi, do you need something?" I said, hoping he wouldn't walk any closer. The man stopped a few feet from my car and looked around almost cautiously before responding. "Take the exit back onto the highway." I looked at him confused, not sure if I was understanding him right. He pointed behind me at the exit I came from and repeated himself. "Take the exit back onto the highway." After a second, I said okay, and the man walked off, but I was still really confused. The exit I came from that he wanted me to take again was a one-way road, so by his logic, he wanted me to drive on the wrong side of the road and do a U-turn back onto the highway. It just didn't make any sense. I looked out at the entrance road, the obvious one that I was supposed to take, and there were no signs of any construction or anything blocking it. It just looked like an empty ramp back onto the highway. As I put the pump back and got in my car, I glanced over at the man, who was now just sitting against the side of the convenience store. The more I thought about it, though, the more crazy that man seemed, just to be sitting out here saying nonsense. I thought maybe this was some kind of trap or something, so I went with my instinct and drove out of the lot and toward the entrance to the highway. As I merged onto it, though, I realized pretty much all the streetlights were out. I slowed down, thinking maybe this was a construction zone or something. I kept my eyes focused on the road directly ahead, making sure to be cautious of anything. But while I made my way through the unlit road, I saw only a brief outline of a figure to my left before a pickup truck came out of nowhere and stopped right in front of my car. Every door opened as four men jumped out of the truck and started running up to my car, holding weapons of all kinds. Metal bats, machetes, knives, and not even anything covering their faces. They just had this emotionless gaze, like they felt nothing of what they were doing. I quickly started backing up as they got just a few feet away from my windows. And once I got far enough back, I suddenly saw the outline of dozens of people coming out of the shadows off the side of the road. A few even tried chasing my car as I frantically reversed out of there. As soon as I could, I turned around and sped off. I called 911 once I felt I was safe, but for some reason, I never got a call back. No update on it at all, almost like they didn't even check on it. Ironically, though, it was the creepy old guy at the gas station that tried to prevent me from even getting caught up in that mess. Or at least that was what I assumed he was doing. Either way, I was incredibly lucky to get out of that with my life, as I have no idea what that was or what they were all planning to do. It was a typical Friday after after my college classes were out, and I was spending the night doing DoorDash. This was my regular routine, dashing on the weekends to help me pay for all my living expenses while on campus. The night started well, getting a lot of orders done and making a good amount, and then it hit a stalemate after the big dinner rush. Very few orders were showing up, and the ones that did, they were very low paid, basically waste of time orders. But then after an hour of aimlessly driving around, an order came through that wasn't too bad. It was 8 miles away, but the payment was well worth it. It was nothing absurd, but enough to make it not a ripoff like a lot of the other ones were. I accepted the order and ran into the restaurant to grab the bag, then hopped in my car and started driving. The map said it would take 30 minutes, which I think was the longest of any orders I've done up until this point. Most of the houses were right around campus, because any further than 15 to 20 minutes out, it becomes pretty much just bare fields of grass. As I got to that 20-minute mark, it became just that. Very few houses, mostly sitting far out in fields of crops, and nothing else. The rest of the 10-minute drive was on this empty road going along these farms. Then I made it to the house. There was a dirt driveway connecting to the road, leading through a large field, and in the far back was a small house. Driving through the field felt very eerie. Even though I'm not one to get nervous without reason, this felt different. As I got further out from the road, the only sound was the low rumbling of my car on the dirt. I parked out front and got the bag ready, then left the car on as I stepped out. The night was quiet and the house was dark, having only the porch light on to illuminate the outside. I walked through the unkempt grass and up to the porch, knocking on the door. As I waited, I looked back at my car, sitting in the dark, with the field of pitch black behind it. A moment went by, then I knocked again, but there was no response, not even the sound of anyone inside. It didn't take long for me to realize the strangeness of the situation, seeing no lights on in the windows and noticing how decayed the house looked up close. The only thing that made me think it couldn't be abandoned was that I had an order for this address and the porch light was on. I looked at the light, thinking, why would that be the only light? But by some odd chance, I happened to recognize the top portion of the casing having a cheap solar battery. It was just an automatic light that charges during the day and turns on in the evening, meaning nobody had to be here to turn it on. Just as I was piecing this all together, though, I heard a rumbling sound behind me. I turned, seeing a car driving down the dirt path and coming up right behind my car. I stood there and stared at their headlights until a man stepped out. I yelled from the porch, asking if this was his order, but he didn't reply. He just stood right next to his car and didn't move or speak. I felt my adrenaline spike as I began realizing how horrible the situation likely was. The silence of the night only reminded me that there was nobody here to help. I was stuck in the middle of a field between an empty house and a stranger. In a split-second instinctual reaction, I dropped the bag and sprinted off the porch, running behind the house and straight into the field of grass. I looked back, seeing the man coming up behind me. Frantically, I continued running, and the further out I got, the thicker and taller the grass became, until it was covering all views of direction. By then, I knew the guy had no chance in following me. I slowed down, catching my breath as I carefully moved through the crops and tried to be quiet in case the man was still trying to find me. Eventually, I made it to someone else's yard, and from there I got to a road where I had enough signal to call for help. Police picked me up and went to check on my car, but of course, the man was gone by then. I was surprised though, because my car hadn't been looted, and the bag of food was still on the porch of the abandoned house. But that could only mean that the man had other intentions, likely far worse than just robbing me.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU.
We are your aunties, we love you, but we don't always say it out loud. Instead we put delicious food in your mouth. Have you eaten yet? Sometimes aunties make trouble with emotional expression. Have you eaten yet?
This happened during a road trip I was taking on the way back from seeing my family for the holidays. I'm not usually one to drive more than a couple hours because I much prefer flying, but this year the tickets to where I was going were way more expensive for some reason. It would have cost me over $1,000 for a round-trip flight that only went a few states over. I had planned everything out so that I'd get home a few days before I had to go to work, but a snowstorm blew in on the day I was going to leave, so I had to stay an extra 2 days before finally starting the drive. The roads were empty since it was past the holiday rush, and most of the drive is pretty out of the way from the big cities. The hardest part of it was always staying awake and fighting the boredom. The first 8 or so hours went by without any trouble though. Sure, I was tired, but the snow on the road kept me awake and attentive. It was about 10 p.m., and I had a hotel booked in a small town just 2 hours further ahead. But as I drove, a small light came up in my mirror. It was the headlights of someone behind me, which was actually the first person I'd seen on the road with me in over an hour. Their lights were getting bigger quickly, though, showing that they were coming up really fast. And soon, I could see that it was actually a large van of some kind. It was only a one-lane road, so I couldn't get out of their way, but I figured they would still swerve around me, given they were going so fast. Once they reached the back of my car, though, they matched my speed and stayed behind me. After a few seconds, I realized they weren't trying to get around me, and we drove like that for almost 10 minutes. It was kind of unnerving, being that it was only us on the road, and yet this huge van was trailing right behind me. It wasn't a normal following distance either. They were so close that I couldn't even see their front bumper or license plate in my mirror. Maybe I was quick to feel uneasy about it, but an exit came up for a gas station, and I chose to turn off, hoping they would stay on the road and that I could put some distance between us. But as I veered off and down the exit ramp, they stayed right behind me. I pulled into the gas station and parked at one of the pumps as the van pulled into the pump behind me. At this point, I just didn't know what was happening. Part of me thought that this was something bad, but another part of me thought I was just overreacting. I knew that this was the only gas station in the past 30-ish minutes, so it wasn't all that unlikely that they would also need gas. Before getting out to fill up my tank, I shut my car off and looked around. The store part of the gas station had its lights off and a closed sign hanging from the door. I looked to the sides of it, seeing nothing but empty darkness. No houses, no buildings, just a field covered in snow with a single road going through it. I looked in my mirror. A man was now standing outside of the van and putting gas in, so I got out and began doing the same. As the numbers slowly ticked on the gas meter, the man quickly put his pump back and sealed his gas cap. I looked over, seeing him walking to the back of his van. Then I heard the loud ratcheting sound of the back door being lifted open. There was something in that moment, maybe a gut feeling or just an instinct of some kind, that told me to get out of there. I pulled the pump out of my car, and not even a second later, 3 men were sprinting at me from around the back of the van. I dropped the pump on the ground and quickly got in my car, locking the doors just as one of them grabbed the handle and tried to rip it open. I was shaking and moving as quick as I could to get the car up. All 3 of them went around trying each door, but then immediately sprinted back to their van before I'd even had the chance to pull away. When I did, though, I saw them drive away soon after, going in the opposite direction, down the way we had come from. I let the police know what happened, but never even got a call back with any updates. I think it's obvious they were trying to abduct people under the cover of night on the vast, unpopulated highway. What's terrifying is how confident and, for lack of a better word, professional the whole operation was. It seemed that as soon as they realized I was securely in my car, it wasn't going to be effortless. They fled the scene without even needing to communicate with each other. It was like they had done it many times before. What would have happened if they'd gotten me? I don't know. But I urge everyone to learn from my mistakes, because you may not be as lucky as I was. I was delivering a truckload to a company on the far west coast, coming from the east coast. The route across the country is one I've taken many times before, being a truck driver for almost 20 years. It's always the same every time I make one of these drives. Same roads, same truck stops, and same everything. Over these 20 years, though, I've never really had anything crazy happen. I've had a few odd scenarios, but they've never amounted to anything. So when I was driving this route again, I had no worries in my mind. It was just another day on the job. About 20 hours into the route, a storm started coming over and slowing down my driving. It was late, too, so by then I was already looking for the next truck stop to sleep at. As I drove, though, a very sudden light appeared behind me. The road I was on was flat and straight, so I would have seen them coming in my mirror, but it was all of a sudden that they were right behind me. Maybe they had just turned on their lights or something. I didn't know, but they very quickly came right up to the back. I kept my eyes on them until they got so close that they were completely covered by the trailer. All I could see were their headlights reflecting off the back. But then their lights shut off. I maintained my speed and kept looking back at my mirrors, trying to see if they were still behind me, but I had no way to know. For someone to turn off their lights in the middle of a heavy storm was insane, though. And to be tailing behind me so close was just as insane. Thankfully, the sign showed a truck stop was only 5 miles ahead, so at least I knew I was close to getting away from whatever this was. I didn't want to jump to conclusions based on just some weird behavior, but as a trucker, it's hard not to think about the possibility of it being an attempted robbery, especially when alone on the road at night. For the rest of the 5 miles, I saw no signs of them behind me. I was still on edge because I couldn't really see anything anyway, but I started feeling less worried as I was coming in on the truck stop. I pulled in, trying to check my mirrors to see if they followed, but with the rain and lack of lighting, it was really too hard to tell. The truck stop was mostly empty though, aside from a few trucks at the gas pumps. I pulled off to the side and parked in the middle of the lot. After waiting a minute and getting some of my stuff organized, I opened the truck door and leaned my head out, looking along the side of the trailer. I was drenched from the rain in just a matter of seconds, but from what I could tell, there was no car behind me. I closed the door and finally felt a bit of relief, grabbing my pillow and blanket from the passenger side. I locked the doors, turned off the truck, and tried to get some shut-eye. The rain pounding on the metal roof made it easy to fall asleep, blocking out any possible sounds coming from other trucks pulling in and out. When I woke up, though, I felt I had only been asleep for a few minutes. I looked around, seeing it was still dark out, and the storm was the same, if not worse. But before I could check my mirrors, a loud thump shook the truck. My eyes opened wider. I reached for the door handle and opened it, looking out at the back of the trailer. Through the rain, I could barely see the outline of a car with its headlights off, and two men moving around in front of it. Terrified, I hesitated to step out and confront them, and as I sat there in that moment of hesitation, the door suddenly slammed against my body, shoving me back further into the driver's seat. Another man stood outside, yelling at me to stay where I was, then slamming the door again. His right hand was shoved in his hoodie, and with two other men behind the truck, I was in no position to try anything. I could feel the truck shake as I just sat in place, with the guy outside my door watching my every move. He didn't even look away for a second. This went on for a few minutes, then they ran back to their car and drove off. I was still in shock, watching their car disappear onto the road. I called the police and put in a report, but no information ever came up on who the men were. All I know is that if I had been any less aware and had just tried to drive off at first sight of the men, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it out as safely as I did. In 2019,
Your dog is trying to tell you something. Fresh flavor, gourmet variety, and love story too. Now serving Jinx, your dog's one-way ticket to culinary paradise. But why stop there? Bone broth, high-protein toppers, I'm listening. And low-calorie, nutrient-packed drizzle, all at an affordable price. Now that's a game changer. At Jinx, we've got the makings of the best bowl for your best friend.
Organic and dairy-free.
Here we go.
Third time today. At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries. This is that Sprouts feeling.
I did deliveries for a pizza place near my school. I'd work most days after class, so I could afford to pay for my car and rent. It wasn't a great job in any aspect, but it was good enough to get me through college without being completely broke. This night was no different than most in the beginning. I clocked in at 6 and delivered for 3 hours straight, then took a lunch break and started again at 9:30. I picked up the next order and started heading to the place. The address didn't look like a house, but the route it took me on to get there was not what I was expecting. It took me further out from town, away from most houses and stores, and into a business center. It was an area full of small office buildings and nothing else. I drove down the road and couldn't really tell what any of the addresses were, so I just followed the directions on the GPS and hoped it would take me into the right parking lot. When I turned in, I drove through a pretty long parking area until I reached the front of the building and could read the address. It matched up with the one on the order, but something was off. The parking lot was completely empty, not even the streetlights were on, and the office building had no sign of anyone being inside. I double-checked the address, thinking there must have been a mistake, but it all checked out. I even tried searching it on Google for any places nearby with the same address, but no, this was it. I set my car in park and got out, glancing around before walking up to the door. It was a glass door with a dark tint covering it. I knocked, then took a step back and waited. It only took a moment before the door opened. It was a middle-aged man wearing very casual clothes and holding a small grin on his face. He suddenly got overly excited and said he was happy the food had finally arrived and that everyone was hungry. I looked behind him, not seeing anyone else, and only a single light on in the middle of the hallway. But I ignored it and just told him his total. He must have realized what I was looking for, though, as he quickly explained that everyone else was in the rec room on the 3rd floor for a company party. I smiled to be polite, but the man was talking with an overwhelming amount of excitement, so much so that it almost felt like he had to be faking it. He pulled out his wallet and handed me cash for the pizzas, along with a $10 tip. But as I took the money, he asked me for a favor. He wanted help bringing the pizzas up to the 3rd floor. The man had put me in a strange position. Having taken the generous tip already, it felt like it would only be right to help him. On the other hand, though, carrying a few pizzas isn't exactly difficult, and it didn't seem necessary by any means. He started walking without me having answered yet, urging me to follow him as he made his way to a door leading to some stairs. I trailed behind, keeping my distance, but following him into the stairwell. As I entered, though, I felt a cold rush of air and noticed all the lights were off. Only the small light from the hallway lit the entrance to the stairs. The man started making his way up, but stopped once he realized I hadn't continued following him. He turned and made a humorous remark about the lights, but his grin was quick to leave once he saw that I wasn't going to follow him anymore. There was no hesitation as he came rushing down toward me with anger in his eyes. I tossed the pizzas on the ground, rushing out of the door and into the hallway, then running for the exit and bolting to my car. I saw the man come partly out of the front doors before going back in and slamming them shut. I immediately called the police after driving to a different parking lot. The man had run off by the time they got there, and since he paid in cash, there was no way to know who he really was. The office building was empty, though, and there was nobody else on the 3rd floor, so it's clear that it was just some sort of trap. What he had ready for me on the 3rd floor is unknown, and I hope that nobody ever has to know. I used to deliver Chinese food for a local restaurant. I was just a teenager in high school at the time, and whatever job I got wasn't going to be for more than a year or two. I'd say this job was fairly typical to most first jobs, or retail and food service jobs, because it had some slow and boring days, and some busy and stressful days. As a delivery driver, though, I was always thankful to not have to be working in the store and dealing with mobs of customers. On this night, I started at 6 p.m. It was a Friday, so I was working a late 6 to 12 shift. As soon as I clocked in, I was delivering orders non-stop for the next 2 hours with no time to breathe in between them. At 8, orders were slowing a bit, but I still had a few more to deliver before I could take my lunch. So I grabbed the 3 orders and set out to get them done before 9. The first one was close, but the next 2 were further out. This isn't uncommon, as our town isn't all packed together. I got to the second house and dropped it off, then headed out to the final stop. It was 10 minutes from where I was, and the tag said it wasn't paid for yet. All I was thinking about during this drive was the break I'd get afterward. Going back and forth for 3 hours straight tired me out more than usual this night. I pulled into the neighborhood and followed the GPS until I got to a back portion where the whole atmosphere quickly changed. I turned down a thin road of cracked pavement and potholes with barely visible small houses on the side, covered by the thick bushes and unkempt lawns. When the GPS told me I'd arrived, I stopped the car, but didn't see a house. I turned my brights on, and ever so faintly, I could see the outline of a small house pretty far from the road I was on. I then looked at the grass leading up to it and realized there was actually a driveway. It was just engulfed in vines and tall grass. I would never have seen it if I hadn't seen the house first. Knowing I would be unable to even drive on it, I put the car in park and got out with the bag, then began to walk through the overgrown driveway. I couldn't believe how awful it was to walk through, and I couldn't imagine anyone letting their driveway get to this point. Getting closer though, I could see more of the house. It was very small, kind of like a trailer home, and looked to be in a matching condition to the driveway. Vines growing over the windows and bushes covering every inch of the nearly decaying house. As I made my way up to the front door, I knew something was wrong. I knew it in my gut and in my head, but I was just some kid with a first job that was scared to lose it, so I felt like I had to do my job, which was to deliver the order to this address. I pushed all my bad feelings aside and knocked on the door. Right away, I heard footsteps coming up to the door. It opened, revealing a young lady behind it. At first, in the dim lighting, she looked very normal, and I felt a huge relief, but it only took a few more seconds to realize that her normal look was eerily out of place. With the house in this condition, there was no way she could be so well dressed and taken care of. As these thoughts scrambled through my head, she opened the screen door and said in a creepily calm tone, "Come in." Everything hit me in that moment as I stumbled back a few steps and decided that I needed to leave right away. I turned around, and only a second after beginning to leave, I thought from the side of the house. I looked over, seeing 2 men running out from behind the house and sprinting through the bushes toward me. I dropped everything and started running. I did everything I could to get through the thick grass and vines, but just as I reached the end of the driveway, I stumbled to the ground, tripping over something. I hurried up, hearing their footsteps closing the distance on me. I couldn't even get myself to look back as I ran straight into my car. Turning it on, the men immediately stopped and ran back to where they came from. With my whole body still shaking from the adrenaline, I turned the car around and drove away. Of course, I let my boss know what happened, and he urged me to call the police and report it. I was really relieved to know he didn't care about the order, and only for my safety, which, looking back on it, it would have been horrible there were any other way. Police interviewed me and my boss and did a whole investigation, ultimately unable to find any of the people. The property I was on, though, was actually state-owned, and the trespassing sign at the beginning of the road had been dug up and thrown into the tall grass. Their intentions are unknown, but it seems like the most obvious possibility is likely the answer. I just hope nobody else has to go through what I did, or if they do, I hope they can be as lucky as I was to get away.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty, and the night was very peaceful. Basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple seconds, I thought it must have been an accident, but in case not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag, but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway, and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got in my car. I ended my DoorDash after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to get me to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man declined that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believed there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. I was driving back from a friend's house who lives an hour away. We lost track of time, so I didn't leave until around 2 a.m. I was really tired, and the drive was really boring. Most of the way home was a long straight road that didn't seem to have a single other car on it. For the first 20 minutes, it was just me staring at the endless pavement ahead and trying to not let my eyes shut. But then my headlights suddenly lit something up on the road, way ahead of me. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but as I got closer, I had to slow down and eventually stop. There was a semi-truck parked in the middle of the road, blocking both lanes. I sat there for a few seconds, having no clue what I was seeing. At this point on the road, we were at least 30 minutes from town, and there was nothing out here. The only reason anyone would stop out here is if there was an emergency. I looked to the right of the truck, and there might have been enough room for me to get around the trailer, but there was a steep hill on the shoulder that would have been really risky to drive on the edge of. The other side of the truck had trees too close together for me to drive between. After being there for a whole minute, I figured this had to be an emergency and that my best and maybe only option was to check up on them. I got out of my car and began walking up to the front of the trailer. I remember how quiet it was outside, like the night was completely still and empty. As I got up to the front, though, I realized the light was on in the driver's cabin. I went up to the door and lightly knocked on it, then called out, asking if they were okay. The window was way too high up to see through, so I couldn't really see anything from the ground. After a few seconds, there was still no response. I called out again, but there wasn't even the sound of any movement inside. My gut was telling me that something was seriously off about this. I looked down the road ahead, then back at the road I came from, seeing nothing but fog in the distance, which only reminded me how far away I was from anyone else. I grabbed the side of the door and lifted myself up onto the steps, then looked inside the window. There was stuff scattered everywhere, almost looking like they'd crashed or something, and making the whole cabin a total mess. But nobody was inside. Then I noticed the door on the other side was wide open. I stepped back onto the road and began walking around the truck to investigate the open door, but was stopped in my tracks when I saw a man in the forest walking up the side of the hill. He was tall, with shoulder-length hair, and had a very disheveled appearance. "Hey man, are you okay?" The man didn't look at me, but continued coming up from the forest and onto the road. In the faint light coming from my headlights, I saw dark red stains all around his clothes, and his face was covered in dirt and grime. Thinking he was clearly not okay, I offered to help, but he continued to not even acknowledge me. That was until I said I could call 911 for him. He immediately stopped walking and shot a look at me, holding eye contact for a few long seconds. "I'm fine," he said in a deep, threatening tone. I stopped talking and watched him get into the truck. Then I rushed back to my car as the truck started driving away. I turned around and drove right back to my friend's house, where I called 911 and gave every detail I could remember. Unsurprisingly, the case never went further than that. What happened on that road is still a mystery, one that still terrifies me. The way the truck was stopped, being sideways, with the cabin looking as chaotic as it did, I think something or someone forced them to stop. What happened afterwards is debatable, but the man I saw probably wasn't the original truck driver, and I think we can all assume what likely happened in the forest below the road.
Strayer University helps you earn your degree affordably with access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed courses. So you can get from, is it possible, to anything is possible. And keep striving.
If you're ever seeking comfort, imagine a time in your life. It's beautiful and tender as orange chicken, walk tossed with a sweet and spicy sauce, or a memory that leaves you feeling warm, like a bowl of steamed white rice. Think of things that feel good. A medley of broccoli, kale, and cabbage. There's goodness out there, all contained in a box of stir-fried noodles.
I work for my dad at his small construction business. He runs a yard and warehouse full of materials, as well as manages the job sites the workers are at. Since I was only 17 at the time, my job was to basically be the errand boy. I'd drive materials back and forth and pick up anything that was needed. Depending on the job, though, some materials would need to be there before workers arrived, because they would need them so they could get to work right away in the morning. So every once in a while, during busy weeks, I'd have to start work really early, like 2 or 3 a.m., to make sure I could drop everything off in time. Obviously, this was only during the summer, when I didn't have school, so I really had no excuse for not being able to work. I liked doing the deliveries early, though, because it was calm and I didn't have to deal with anyone telling me what to do. On this day, I arrived at the warehouse at 3 a.m. and loaded up, then started making my way to the job site. It was a repair job on an old, maybe even abandoned, building at the edge of our town. When I got there, I saw a truck parked right outside. Its lights were off, and it didn't look like anyone was nearby. It was way too early for anyone to be working, so I wasn't expecting to see any cars here. I parked and got out, walking up to it and seeing that it wasn't a company vehicle either. The windows were tinted and I couldn't see inside. I turned and looked at the building, trying to see if anyone was here. I called out, asking if anyone was inside, but got no response. Feeling a little weird about it, I pulled out my phone and called my dad. It rang for a minute, then went to voicemail. Figuring it was probably just a worker's personal truck that they'd left there, I went back to my truck and started unloading the materials. It took probably an hour. Then I got back in and started to drive off. As I left the area, though, I looked in my rearview mirror, and suddenly, the truck's lights turned on. I practically slammed on my brakes, stopping on the side of the road and watching as the truck started to back out. Someone was in there the whole time. Knowing that, I was sure that it couldn't have been a worker because they definitely would have responded to me. I sat and watched as they made their way out of the parking area and onto the road, I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed my dad's phone number again. While I waited for him to pick up, I looked over, seeing the truck had stopped right next to me. I stared at their window, knowing someone behind it was probably staring at me. I tossed my phone on the seat and started to drive forward, but the truck was quick to match my speed and prevent me from getting back onto the road. But there was nowhere else for me to go. To my left were trees, and to my right was this truck blocking my way. I started to panic, putting the car in reverse and trying to back up. The truck did the same until they tapped the side of my car, making me lose control and slide completely off the shoulder and hit the side of a tree. The truck quickly stopped right at the top of the road, as if they were going to get out. But then their brake lights suddenly turned off again as they put it back in drive and sped away. Just 20 seconds later, another car pulled up to the side of the road, and a man got out and ran up to me, asking if I was okay. I didn't know his name at the time, but it was one of the workers that was just arriving at the job site. He only saw the last bit of what happened, but said he recognized the other truck as Samuel's, who was another worker my dad had hired a few months ago. As it turned out, a bunch of tools and materials were missing from the job site, adding up to almost $10,000, and that's only from that one night. He could have been slowly stealing a few things at a time over the past few months. I think what happened that night, though, was that Samuel thought that by me seeing his truck, it would eventually all get traced back to him and he'd get caught, so he tried to stop me. I don't know what he would have done to me, but considering I was the only witness, it's likely that he wouldn't have gotten caught as long as I was never seen again. Unfortunately, though, his name and everything else didn't add up to anything, and it was likely he was either an illegal immigrant or some kind of felon that went through the effort of getting fake or stolen IDs and work documents. I was never expecting something like that to ever happen, but at least it's really unlikely that I'll ever see that man again. I'm a local truck driver for a common grocery store in our city. This means I stay in the same 50-ish mile radius and drive between the warehouse and several stores every day to deliver pallets of groceries. I don't have to make any drives more than 2 hours long, so every night I get to go home at a reasonable time and sleep in my own bed, rather than at a truck stop like most cross-country or regional truckers have to. This day was pretty average, going between a few stores and delivering the pallets, and I got to my last delivery location around 9. It took a half hour for them to empty the trailer, but then I was good to head back to the warehouse and turn in for the night. This was always the farthest drive, though, being that the warehouse was on the edge of the city, away from everything. An hour into the drive, and about when I reached 15 minutes away, I pulled into a gas station to fill up, as I'd been riding on empty for probably too long. I went into the diesel section and started the gas pump. While I leaned against the truck and waited, I saw a group standing outside of a parked pickup truck on the other side of the gas station. They were the only ones there, but they kept eyeing me, looking over at both me and my truck. It was odd, but I thought they were just waiting for me to leave, probably so they could do something stupid without any bystanders. Once my truck was full, I put the pump back and got in, driving out of the gas station. As I did, the group got into their pickup and left as well, pulling up right behind me. Now it was definitely more than just odd. I still didn't know exactly what they were planning to do, but they weren't even trying to hide it. Over the next mile, As we got further out toward the edge of the city, they kept swerving around behind me, going in and out of the lane, and unable to keep a consistent speed. I got my phone from the mount and called the police to report the group for reckless and possibly drunk driving. Being in a huge semi, I didn't feel unsafe, but I was more worried for anyone else that may be on the road. After a couple more minutes, though, they swerved into the lane next to me and sped up until they were right across from my window. I looked down at them, seeing a few guys looking at me and saying something to the others. Then they sped up again and slammed on the brakes right in front of me. I had no choice than to brake as well, stopping just before ramming into them. As soon as I did, all the doors swung open and 4 of them came running to either side of my truck, trying to open the doors and get in. I immediately went in reverse, trying to put some distance between us before I put it back in drive. My only choices were to take a chance at driving off the road, which might make my trailer topple over, or I could ram through their pickup. Obviously, I went straight through their truck. All 4 of them ran off the road just before I hit it, and after 30 seconds, I was long gone. By the time I got to the warehouse, police had shown up to the scene, finding their pickup on the side of the road, and all 4 of them standing by it. As the officer put it, they were all intoxicated, but not willing to cooperate in explaining what they were doing. Whatever they were trying to do, it was pretty scary having 4 drunk and aggressive guys trying to break into my truck. Although it all happened so fast, it maybe doesn't seem that bad. I think if I'd not acted so quickly, it easily could have escalated to something truly awful. But there's really no way to know what could have happened. I worked at Papa John's for a couple years at the end of high school and beginning of college. I delivered pizzas and sometimes helped with cleaning and stuff because I worked nights. This was my normal 4 to 11 shift on a slow weekday. By 10, we weren't getting any orders, so we started cleaning and preparing for closing so we could leave right at 11. But at 10:45, the store phone started ringing. I let my manager pick it up, and from hearing what he was saying, I knew someone was placing an order. Despite my shift ending in 15 minutes, I still had to deliver the order, so I was visibly annoyed. I waited for the pizza to be ready, then left just before 11. The address wasn't too far, I think just under 10 minutes away, but when I got there, I was a little bit confused. There was a long driveway going into the trees, but I couldn't see any houses or lights at the end. I looked back at the map, zooming in and seeing that there was a house. It was just really far down. I turned onto the driveway and put my brights on. After the first part that connected to the main road, it became a gravel path and was honestly hard to follow because it was thin and the trees were really close to the sides. Eventually it opened up a bit, and across a small field was an old wooden house. It was too big to be a cabin, but it definitely was giving off that middle of the woods cabin type feeling. There wasn't exactly a place to park, so I just stopped in the gravel and got out. A few of the outdoor lights were on, but they were not bright at all, and most of the woods surrounding the area were completely dark. I started walking up to the door, hoping to do this quickly, because something was starting to make me feel off about this place. I got up to the porch, and just before I knocked, I heard something behind me. It was leaves crunching in the woods near the gravel driveway that I'd just come from. I looked out there for a second, but it was too dark to see anything, so I turned back and knocked on the door. While I waited, I looked back at my car, wishing I'd left the keys inside so the headlights would stay on. Even from the porch, it was hard to see any more than just a small glare coming from the plastic reflectors. The rest of the car was not visible, falling past the dim lights coming from the house. I heard footsteps inside, then the door opened. It was an old man with short black hair and glazed over eyes. I have a Papa John's pizza order for you, I said, holding out the box. There was a slight pause before the man slowly reached out and took it, looking me in the eyes the whole time. He set it down on a table next to him and got his wallet out, slowly counting through some cash when I heard it again. Leaves crunching behind me. I looked over my shoulder toward my car where I heard it coming from, but just when I thought I might have seen something, the man grabbed my shoulder. Here, for you, he said, holding out some cash. I took it, then quickly looked back at my car, but didn't see anything. And a few seconds later, I was shaken by the man slamming the door behind me. Before leaving the porch, I got my phone out and turned the flashlight on, then hurried back to my car, shining the lights in all directions, but not seeing anything. I got in and made a small U-turn, then drove out of there. My unsettling feelings stayed with me the whole drive back, and after clocking out, I did a quick walk around of my car. For the most part, everything looked okay, but once I got a closer look, I noticed some scratches near the passenger door handle that I didn't remember being there before. I couldn't verify anything though, and even if I could, I don't think there's really anything I could do. But I think someone was out there in the woods trying to get into my car without me knowing. Maybe it was all just a setup. I can't really say for sure, but if they had gotten in, there's a chance they would have hid in the back seat and waited for me. What would happen after that is best left unknown.
Bespoke jeans are a Wrangler denim that's all about stretch and comfort for women. They're stretchy, they form fit to your body.
Bespoke is for everyone and for everybody.
I love these bespoke jeans.
Pack your appetite and feed your taste for adventure with Schlotsky's new Greek Trio.
I'm 28, and this was 2 years ago. It was just a few days before Christmas, and I had taken the entire week off of work, or in-person work. At my job, we could essentially schedule when we'd actually come into the office, and I'd managed to have enough remote days racked up to be able to work from home this whole week. I knew there was supposed to be a big winter storm hitting the town around this week, and with the holiday and everything, I just wanted to stay home and have some more chill work days. Our company navigated remote work by basically just saying we had to get our work done by its deadline. And aside from that, it was up to us how we wanted to go about it. There were a few more rules and stuff, but this meant I could really work whatever schedule I wanted. I always preferred sleeping in and working late into the night. This day, I started work around noon. The first several hours were slow and calm, I guess. I sipped on my coffee and tried to get some work done. Over the course of those hours, the wind got increasingly heavier, slamming into the window next to me, and snow slowly began coming down. By 3 or 4, it was already dark outside, from the clouds overhead and all the snow flooding on top of the neighborhood. I was going to go out to grab dinner, but with the roads being the way they were, I decided to stay in for the rest of the night. I worked at my desk for another couple hours. The sun had set and the winter storm had come in at full force. I left the window shades open so I could watch the snow fall from my desk, but out of nowhere, a light flickered outside. I looked over and saw a thin beam of light moving around. It was for sure a flashlight. I leaned back from my desk and looked at the window for maybe 10 seconds, watching the flashlight move around outside the window, before getting curious enough to get up and walk over to the window to see what was going on. I mean, it had to be freezing cold. Why was anyone out there? I peered outside the window, trying to look down the side of my house. I spotted the light, but before I could trace it back to whoever was shining it, it turned off, or maybe went behind something. I couldn't tell. It was too dark, and the snow blocked pretty much my whole view. With nothing else to see, I sat back down. Honestly, I think I assumed some neighbor might have lost a pet out in the storm, or was just looking for something in general. I didn't worry much about it, and tried to focus back on my work while the storm continued outside. Over the next 2-ish hours, the house constantly creaked and settled, but several times I thought I'd heard something slightly louder and more distinct, enough so for me to stop and look away from my desk, hoping to hear it again and figure out what it was. I didn't, but how could it not be the house just making noises? The thought that it was anything else seemed really far-fetched. That was until there was a much louder thud sound. It sounded more like something breaking than just a hit against the wall, let alone the house settling in the wind. And it sounded like it was inside the house. I got up from my desk and walked into the hallway, hearing nothing, then moving downstairs. Everything looked and sounded normal, not that I could hear too much over the heavy winds, but there weren't any more loud thuds. Honestly, I wasn't scared enough to do a full-on search through every section of the house, not without any other noises or anything. So I started to head back up to my office, making it nearly to the top of the steps, when suddenly there was a click sound, and the whole house went dark. The power cut out. I froze in place for a second. The entire house was pitch black. With the snowstorm outside, no light was even coming in through the windows. I couldn't even see my own hands in front of my face. I thought the storm had to have messed with the power, or maybe tripped the breaker. I began slowly moving back down the stairs, feeling for every step as I carefully and blindly made my way down to the lower hallway. The basement door, which led to the breaker box, was at the far end of this hallway, so I started following the wall, tracing my hand against it to keep myself going the right way. When I started to hear something, I stopped walking. It was something moving, sort of muffled, and from behind the basement door. It got closer and closer until suddenly there was the quiet creak of the basement door opening. I could feel my eyes get wider as I stared down the darkness-filled hallway. I took one step back and quietly slipped through the open bathroom door that was right next to me. I still couldn't see, and I felt like closing the door would give me away, so I left it open. Slow, quiet footsteps began walking down the hallway. I was holding my breath, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps came closer and closer until I felt they were just outside the bathroom I was in. Then the footsteps passed right by the open doorway. I never even saw them, walking just 2 or 3 feet from me. That's how incredibly dark it was. The footsteps continued to slowly move through the hallway until they reached the stairs, and from then on, it was carpet, so I couldn't hear anything at all. Suddenly, the sound of the snowstorm outside took over my hearing again, almost feeling amplified by the emptiness inside the home. The person could have stopped walking and still been standing right at the bottom of the stairs, but I took the chance that they most likely continued upstairs, and I decided to make a run for it. I left the bathroom and blindly moved to the other side of the home, sticking my hands out to try not to slam into a wall. I made it to the garage door, grabbed my keys, and left out the side door to get into my car in the driveway. I drove away and used the SOS device in my car to get in contact with the police. No surprise, the person was gone when they got there. From what the cops could find, after breaking in and turning off the power, whoever it was had essentially went straight upstairs and into the office, then to the bedroom, and nowhere else. Which meant this person was definitely there looking for me. What's really unsettling is the person most likely knew me and knew the layout of my house enough to walk perfectly straight through it in the dark and to go straight upstairs to my office where they knew I'd be. Could have even been someone I talked to regularly that I had no idea had horrible intentions. It made me question everything. I moved away, having paranoia about essentially every coworker or friend that I wasn't super close with. Since moving, I haven't had anything happen. Hopefully, I don't ever have any updates to give, but if something else happens, I'll let you know. I'd been driving since early morning, trying to make it from Minneapolis to my sister's place in Montana before the weekend. It was supposed to be a quick winter trip. Just me, my old but trusty Subaru, and some crappy gas station coffee. Everything was fine until the snow started falling once I got a little further north, and into the more isolated parts of the highway. It wasn't too bad to start, just some light snowfall here and there, but it ramped up pretty quick around the time the sun went down. It became almost a wall of white that even my headlights were having trouble cutting through. After an hour of this, the road was fully covered in snow, to the point where it was really hard to tell if I was even staying on the road. With how stressful it was, I told myself I'd pull off at whatever the next place was, so I could wait out the blizzard. Once I decided that, I think it was 15 minutes later that I barely saw a light on the side of the road. It was snowing so hard I couldn't even read what it was before turning in. The parking lot was small, but had 3 cars in it. One noticeably buried in the snow. The other 2 looked like they pulled in not long before me. I parked, and from there I could see from the shape and look of the building that it was some kind of roadside cafe. I was hoping for a motel, but figured if I was going to be stuck waiting here anyway, I might as well head in and grab some more coffee. I got out and walked through the blizzard. I hurried inside, nearly freezing already. This definitely wasn't the kind of place I was used to, or ever been to before, being a city person, so I felt very out of place. It was a very small, old-fashioned cafe with a bar near the front. 2 men were sitting there with coffee, and 1 woman working behind the counter. When I opened the door, though, it was very quiet inside. None of them were talking or anything. However, they all looked over at me and greeted me right away. Felt like I walked in during an awkward silence or something. I thought I was just overthinking it, though. I sat next to the men. Turned out both the guys had the same idea as me, pulling in to escape the blizzard. I ordered a coffee from the woman working there and took the mug over to a seat by the front window, watching the snow continue coming down outside and covering our cars. I also had a weird feeling about one of the men over at the bar. He was older, maybe 50, and the best way I could describe him is that he looked half dead. I don't know if it was from the weather or boredom, or if he was just having a bad day. Strangely, after I left and sat at the window, all the conversation stopped again, and the place was quiet, just like it had been when I first walked in. We all sort of sat there in silence for a few minutes, before suddenly one of the men got up and said something about trying to reach his nearby cabin before the roads get closed. Nobody else said anything. I watched him through the window, walking out to his car and getting in. He sat inside there for a minute, probably waiting for it to warm up. Then the other guy also got up, and without saying anything, left the cafe. I moved from the window back to the bar, immediately asking the worker what was up with those guys. She shrugged, saying they pulled in around the same time, and looked like they were arguing in the parking lot before coming inside. From there, they didn't say much of anything. Figured it was just road rage, or something like that. I stayed at the bar for a while, talking to her about the blizzard, and just a bunch of small talk. Over those 30 minutes, nobody else walked into the cafe. Eventually, I made my way back to the window to check on the snow and see if it had settled a bit. That's when I saw both of the men's cars still there. However, neither of them were inside the cars or outside the cars. They were just gone. This immediately sent a chill through me because it had been a while since they left the building. No way they were out in the blizzard for that long. I went over to the front door for a closer look, then decided to take a few steps out and look around. The sharp cold instantly hit my face, and the snow, while not as bad as before, still made it difficult to see. Aside from the harsh winds, it was quiet out there. No signs of either of the men. It actually gave me a really uneasy feeling, to the point where I wanted to leave. I dragged my legs through the snow to my car. Plan was to turn it on and let it warm up while I waited back inside before leaving. But it wouldn't start. Not like it was struggling to start, though. It wouldn't even turn on in the slightest, or make any sound when I turned the key. It had only been maybe 40 minutes since I'd arrived at the cafe, and my car hadn't had a single issue before this night. My gut knew one of the men had something to do with this. I know maybe at this point that sounds crazy, like was being over skeptical from the jump, but I just knew it. Somehow. And then, as I sat in the seat, still trying to get it to turn on, I saw someone. One of the men walking out. The woods behind the cafe. He wasn't much more than a dark figure covered by the darkness and the blizzard of snowfall. But he was heading back. Towards the farms. He quickly got out and rushed inside. Turning the lock on the front door. The woman asked me why I did that and what was going on, to which I quickly explained and told her to call 911. She seemed unsure, but did it anyway. A minute later, the man showed up at the door. He tried to walk in, pressing on the door. When he realized it was locked, he made eye contact with me through the glass and banged on the door. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. But he still had that half-dead look. Through our eye contact and the door being locked, I think he knew that I was onto him, or whatever the hell it was that was going on. He didn't stay more than 10 seconds before running to his car. When the cop made it, only 3 cars were in the parking lot. Mine, the woman's, and the other man's. The creepy guy made it out. Unfortunately, this night didn't end on the typical he got away before anything happened. The officers followed some faint tracks in the snow into the woods behind the cafe and found the body of the other guy. None of his things were missing, though. It looked like it was just an act of violence. And just as disturbing, his car wouldn't start either. They found that it had the exact same issue that my car had, which was the ignition line being deliberately cut. So with all that info found out, the story pretty much told itself. When both men pulled in that night, At some point, the creepy guy cut the line to prevent him from leaving. Then he just waited for him to head back outside, where he then followed him out and
was excited as my boyfriend Tom and I drove our old orange van along the long, empty highway in Australia's outback. We'd been traveling for weeks, visiting beaches and small towns, and now we headed towards some big red rocks that people said were amazing to see. Tom drove while I looked at maps and sang along the songs on our little radio. It felt like an adventure, just the two of us. We saw a crew stop when we got gas and snacks. The driver kept right behind, not passing even when he could. Tom said, maybe he wants to say hi or something, but it made me a bit uneasy. After a while, the truck pulled up next. The man inside waved his arm a lot, pointing back at our van like something was wrong. He yelled out his window, pull over, pull over. Tom slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. He might have seen a problem with the engine. Tom told me, I'll check it out. He got out and walked back to meet the man. I stayed in the passenger seat, watching in the mirror. The man was tall with a mustache and wore a hat. He pointed out the back of the van and said something about sparks coming from the pipe. Tom nodded, and we both went through. I slid over to the driver's seat, just in case we needed to go quick. The man and Tom talked more. See, right there, the man said, his voice deep and calm. You got sparks shooting out. Could start a fire. Tom leaned down to check. Then a loud crack rang out, like a firework was sharpened. I jumped and looked back. The man came around to my window fast, holding a small silver gun pointed right at me. Get out, he said, his eyes cold. Don't scream or I'll shoot. My hands shook as I opened the door. He grabbed my arm hard and pulled me out. Where's Tom? I asked, my voice small. He didn't answer. Instead, he pushed me against the van and tied my wrists behind my back with black plastic strips. They cut into my skin. Please, what do you want? I begged. Just let us go. Shut up, he growled. He tried to tie my ankles too, but I kicked him. Stop that, he said, pressing the gun to my side. I went still, scared he would pull the trigger. He wrapped tape around my mouth, but I twisted my head. Hold still, he ordered. Then he dragged me toward his truck. I saw his dog inside, barking loud. My mind raced. What was he planning? Rob us? Hurt me? As he opened the truck door, I yanked away with all my strength. The ties hurt my wrists, but I ran into the bushes off the road. Thorns scratched my legs, but I didn't stop. Come back here, he shouted, running after me. I dropped to the ground behind a thick bush and curled up small. My breathing was loud in my ears, but I tried to hold it. He came close, shining a light around. The beam swept over the ground near my feet. I know you're out here, he called. You can't hide forever. His footsteps crunched on dry leaves. He passed by once, then came back. I could smell his sweat. The dog barked from the truck, making him turn. He walked away, but then returned, closer this time. The light hit the bush above me. I squeezed my eyes shut, sure he would find me. Minutes passed like hours. He muttered to himself, where is she? And kicked at rocks. The third time he came near, his boot almost stepped on my hand. I bit my lip to not make a sound. Finally, he went back to the truck. I heard him drive off a bit, then stop. Was he waiting? I stayed hidden, wrists aching from the ties. Bugs crawled on my arms, but I didn't move. Later, I heard a big truck coming down the highway. It was one of those long ones with trailers. I waited until the man's truck sound faded, then I stood and ran to the road, waving my bound arms. The big truck slowed. Two men inside were surprised. Help me, I yelled, pulling the tape off my mouth. The man shot my boyfriend and tried to take me. The driver opened the door. What happened? He asked, helping me in. His friend cut the ties with a knife. Some guy pulled us over, said something was wrong with our van, I explained, tears coming out. He had a gun. I heard a shot. Tom, I think he's hurt bad. They looked at each other. We need to get you to town, the driver said. Police can help. They drove me to a small place with a bar and phones. I told the people there everything. He was in a white truck with a green top, I said. Tall guy, mustache. The lady gave me water. You're safe now, she said. But I couldn't stop shaking. Police came soon after. They asked questions over and over. Show us where it happened, one officer said. We went back in their car. The van was gone, pushed into the bushes. There was blood on the ground where Tom had been. That's his, I whispered. They searched with lights, but no Tom, no man. Days turned into weeks. I stayed in hotels talking to detectives. They showed me pictures of trucks and men. One day, I saw his face in a photo. That's him. The trial came later. I had to tell the story in court, facing him. He stared at me, no smile. Lawyers asked if I was sure. Yes, I said. I'll never forget. They found his DNA on my shirt in our van. The judge said he was guilty of killing Tom and attacking me. But Tom's body was never found. That hurts most. Even now, I think about that night. Hiding in the dark, hearing him search. What if he had found me? Australia was supposed to be fun, a dream trip. Instead, it became a nightmare I can't escape. If you're traveling far, be careful who you trust on lonely roads. I had saved up for months to finally take that dream trip to Koh Tao in Thailand. The pictures online showed clear blue water, sand beaches, and friendly bars where people from all over.
Today, my friends and I are stepping up to this girl with our best pickup line. Each girl will swipe left or right on the spot, then rank the worst line and the top three. Points stack up every round, and by the end, we'll find out who's the best of us. Please, if you drop your best line, sign up.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I'm 5 and I live in the village.
Nice to meet you, Jessica.
Nice to meet
My name
you.
is Jesse. 24. Dan. Like a name, guys?
I don't not like them.
It is. I just want to say I love you for two, by the way. I feel like you're missing one. You should get a candle tattooed on your back so you can blow it out. Wait.
That's too much.
No, but wait. It's not actually. No.
Okay. No.
It's a candle.
No. What are you gonna say?
It's me. Because it's beautiful. If I had to describe the word beautiful, it would be you. That's it.
Why it's so basic,
Hi. Moses is 25. Genuine question. If I told you that you had a sexy body, would you hold it against me?
No, I like half for it.
Right.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Because it wasn't too much.
My name's Manuel, 24, and I'm not gonna lie, my favorite team, Chelsea. I want to see you on top of the team. I'm 21 years old. show you today with something that I drew, but no, I plucked it. I didn't need that considerable art.
Hi.
You like Star Wars?
Never watched.
You like races? The fruit races?
No.
How about dating?
Alright, so this is my name, Trage, Trage, aka the coldest one, 24th in South London. What? Is it a crime to make you smile in front of these witnesses?
And you know what? When introducing yourself to a lady, don't ever say AKA. I don't want to hear that.
AKA the coldest one.
Definitely say.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name is Alfie.
Hi, Alfie.
Just a quick one. Is there a mirror on your trousers? Because I can see myself in there.
Why? Never say AKA. I don't want to hear that.
AKA the coldest one.
Definitely say.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name is Alfie.
Hi, Alfie.
Just a quick one. Is there a mirror on your trousers? Because I can see myself in there.
Why?
Nice to meet you. My name is Kenna.
Hi.
I will pen, I will paper, but you still drew my attention.
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good.
Actions that way. Thank you.
Then smile. Hi.
Ruben,
Jessica.
nice to meet you.
So I'm Ghanaian, right?
They didn't give me points.
I'm Ghanaian, right? You know we don't play with our eggs. So I want to hold you like my egg.
Chop egg.
No.
Precious like the egg.
Right.
I'm gonna let you eat.
No. Okay.
My name is Anthony. I'm 31. You're 6 in the first date.
I didn't want you to finish that. You can
You have to live light, brother.
My name is Anthony. I'm 31. You have 6 in the first meet someone. I'll see you tomorrow.
You guys going home? Wait, I guess it's here, right?
That's a no.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Who would you say had the worst line out of everybody? I was the worst one.
It's between you two. Can I pick it up? No, yeah. No, him, because you didn't even shake my hand. You're rude. Come in a suit and you have no manners.
So give us your top three. It's time from bird, second to first.
You're gonna have to go third. Fit is second.
And MC is first. Why you so desperate?
This is the leaderboard after round 1 with MC in the lead and Anthony in last place. Let's see if MC can maintain the lead in the next round. You definitely look like a princess. You know what this is, right?
Yeah, plant.
Yeah, and just like this plant, I'm trying to see you grow. But if I get lucky, maybe I can leave a seed in you. You know what this is? All right, and just like this pawn, I'm trying to see you grow. Nothing.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Is that it? Okay. If you ended it like that, then that's sweet. That's sweet if you end it like that. I think you get it. Yeah, he gets props. He put a whole block. I'll give it to you.
That was Laura, kind of. Hey, how you doing? Hello. It's Jesse. Nice to meet you. You're beautiful, by the way. Green is actually my favorite color. Stop the cap.
Green?
Yeah, green. Ooh, sorry. Hey, Gravity. Because everything about you is just pulling me in.
Okay. Nah, yeah. That was good.
You're right.
Hello.
Princess. Okay, I can tell. I know you looking very beautiful today.
Thank
I was gonna say you can't be walking around like that. It's like I ain't got a sweet tooth.
You don't get it yet, do you?
Is that it?
Because you're beautiful, you're sweet.
Oh, what?
Like you're beautiful, you're sweet. I'm
Maybe next time. It was good. It just the pickup line took too long to land. Maybe next time.
It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name? My name's Alfie. No, I'm not an electrician.
Oh, you know what? That was a good line, but I feel like that's like a bar. That's not a pickup line.
Oh, start on the bar to get to the story. You're gonna have that one right now.
Maybe next.
HEB, we bring you a fresh sleeping like anyone else in Texas. When we check it for quality, every step of the way. You can call it hot to delicious. We call it fresh. If it's fresh, it's HEB. One more reason, here, everything's better.
Johnny showed this NFL mom a clip about her son.
Who has the worst smelling locker?
You two are gross motherfuckers.
We gotta go fix this right now. We are gonna rinse that odor out.
It does smell a lot better.
Rinse impossible odors out in one wash.
Don't knock like you're the police. Ow. I have to get her attention, don't I? If she doesn't answer, we don't have a video.
I'm coming. Jeez.
This is my plan. Please do not tell me how to. Did you just kick the box again? If you kick that box, I am the better one. So answer that.
How many?
This is not.
What's with all the banging? Huh?
Well, thanks to you, 10A is a bust. Hey, I say we just scrap this dumb video idea of sneaking in the sniper wolf's secret room to get a selfie with her diamond play button and do something even more epic. Like, God, spend 24 hours on a private jet. Bro, I can't do that. My mom cut off all my allowance after that stupid YouTube HQ stuff I pulled. I don't even know why I agreed to collab with you. Oh, let's be real here for a second, Riley. Your channel has fallen off too. And this collab is going to bring back both our views.
So lovely getting to know you, Nova.
You too, Mrs. Miller. I think the one good thing that you is you.
Aw, I feel the same way about you. Espresso martini.
Have fun. I'm gonna go hit the slopes.
Peace and quiet. It's lovely, isn't it? A little too quiet. That's the problem. Oh. Mikey's steady. I never thought I'd see that. Well, maybe he's finally put the mischief behind him.
So we're moving on to plan B. I call Fire Mikey. What? Oh, it's my mom. Hey, Mom. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just checking in on you. Why don't you just FaceTime? And he'll fake it. I'm gonna be able to catch him on the security cameras.
Oh, nothing much. Just reading a book. I want to make sure I get all A's in my next semester. Should be able to tell what we're really doing. What do you think you're going? An amateur?
How come I don't see a phone in your hand?
Huh. Really? Must be a delay in the system.
Wow. He's actually telling the truth?
I stay all in it, nothing in doubt. Which is why you and my mom always gonna be one step by. There's no way this is gonna hold up. She's gonna know. So I pulled in. You didn't escape that out today.
What the? Hold up your left arm and raise 2 fingers.
Sure. Happy now? Or do you want me to dance too?
Well, I'm glad you're staying out of trouble. For once.
Jaden just qualified for the next round, so we will be back till tomorrow night.
I miss you so much, Mom. Bye, Mom.
Something just doesn't feel right. I know, my son. It's a 4-hour round trip. You mind watching Jaden for me? Sure. But what are you gonna do?
You won't believe this. YouTube gave Mikey his channel back.
Already?
Huh?
Bro, it's been like a month?
I know.
It's like a cat with unlimited respawns.
And we still haven't gotten our revenge on him for how he played us. I mean, his mom couldn't stop him, the cops couldn't stop him, not even YouTube could stop him. What?
I know 2 people who can.
Spider-Man is fast, efficient, and most importantly, a 3-man job. I cannot get up there without you loading down that engine. Listen, Team Tom Holland, I really think we should go back to my idea. Plus, renting a jet isn't that much. Oh, no. I'm the more experienced YouTuber here. I'm going to be calling the shots. Which is probably why we've been failing. Alright, listen. Once you give me a size Sniper's house, all I have to do is find her secret gaming room, which is somewhere here on the 2nd floor. It's gonna be easy. Trust me. Our plan's always work. What? Your level of Delulu is just insane. You want me to break into Sniper's house, and I will take care of the rest.
You're sneaking into Snagger's house?
That would be a pretty epic video. That's it. I'd watch it or anything. You know, it's not pull this off when we move this off. That's what I said.
Listen to them. Both their egos are out of control. Maybe if we push the right button,
we can get them to turn on each other. You're a genius.
Do anything after all.
Let's see Mikey get out of this one. What? All right. As long as you do your part, there's no chance that we're getting caught.
Intruder alert! 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 Intruder alert!
What's going on?
Mikey?
There he is.
Hey, Mom. Doesn't surprise. I thought you were supposed to be back till Sunday.
yeah, well, Jaden forgot his lucky scarf, so I had to come back and get it.
That kid. I swear, he would leave his head if it wasn't attached to his body. You know, that was a long drive. You want me to bring you a cup of tea?
Mike. It's still playing.
Well, it's okay with you. I'm gonna get back to my book.
God damn.
Oh, God.
Hello?
Go ahead, bro.
What are you up to? I just got out of fucking prison, i.e. this shit job. Half the shift there, I have to try not to, I can't even say this shit on here, but I work with some of the stupidest people. Some of the stupidest white people I've ever met. God, they're dumb. God damn. They worked me fucking hard. I don't know how to say the word good work or thank you. Some people have no idea how to fucking communicate to people, how to motivate people, where to put people to make them excel, they're not meant to be in a leadership role. But this is the space where I'm working in right now. I don't even think I'll do another month there. I already got a homie hooking me up with a job that'll pay twice this. Like I said, almost $4K a month. Sorry, $4K a week before taxes. So hopefully $3K after taxes, maybe 3,200. But with Trump's shit, maybe it's even more, like 33, 34. And you do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. I could do the option to do 3 weeks on, 1 week off, or even 4 weeks on, no break. So, but this requires me physically being in the U.S. In fact, I'd have to go back out west, not to Washington, but somewhere not too far. I don't know if I want to stay in the U.S. for the rest of the year with how fucking stupid things are in this country. But I swear to God, dude, here in New England, these fucking people, they don't know how to talk to each other. They don't know how to be fucking respectful. They're just, God, everyone at that work site just looks like fucking shit. The women too, God damn. They some ugly bitches. Yikes. Fuck. Those are some ugly fucking bitches. And I just found out the supervisor, who's my direct supervisor on my line, a bunch of people took it upon themselves to tell me that he fucked some bitch that works there when his wife was pregnant. And I saw the girl he fucked, and it's like, ugh, how could you sick fuck? You could put a gun to my head and say fuck her. My cock wouldn't work. It wouldn't get hard to get sucked or fucked. Yikes. And he willingly did it. But I'm just hoping I can last maybe another month there tops, but it's not even going to be a month. It's just until I get another job lined up. I made a promise to someone very important that I wouldn't go without a job. I want to keep that promise. They challenged me to it for multiple reasons. But yeah, so I want to keep that promise. Trust me, I want to say fuck this job, fuck these white trash motherfuckers, fuck them all. God, I wanted to walk out so much today, dude, so many different times. And there's really nothing to get you through the work shift except, like, I know what's ahead of me. So I know what's right around the corner, even just in a few weeks, with stuff I have lined up where this will be a distant memory. But right now it's like you got the snow and the snowbanks and the cold and the shitty weather, and it's like all I do is get out of work, do a couple of emails or play a video game or hop on here, whatever. I really should stretch and do some exercises tonight. Some postural and gait type stuff, like some glute med and erector spinae, low back type shit. But anyways, a little bit of mobility stuff for my scapula, my shoulders and stuff. But anyways, these fucking upper back, thoracic, but these fucking white monkey fucks But I get out of work, I sleep, and then before I know it, I wake up and I go back in, and I don't see a single good-looking woman almost the whole time I've been back here. Every woman here is just butt fucking ugly. I wouldn't hook up with a bitch here. I've been so well behaved, dude. I haven't even tried to fuck any on dating apps or going out because I'm like, I think to myself, bro, last thing you need is to knock up one of these fucking nasty, crazy bitches. Play it cool. Think of the big picture. Like, oh, whew. I had this guy I knew years ago, just drunk. He was a construction worker. I worked in construction with him. He was from Connecticut. He'd always, when he was talking about a rough looking bitch that he fucked or just in general, he'd be like, oof, oof, oof. It's so sad that he's dead. I'll never see that fucker again, Mark. But he'd be like, oof, oof. I was like 21. He was like 45 or something. We did construction together. He was a crazy white fuck. Because he like was down from Hartford, Connecticut, and had hung out with all the rough people down there, all the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and all the rough people, and had a long, lengthy criminal record. But he was one of those white dudes that when he started drinking, he'd snap on you in a second, and like that violent drunk would come out. I don't know if black people and Hispanic people do that. I don't know them enough, but he's one of those people that when he drinks, he's just a fucking degenerate fuck. He'll turn on you in a second. But anyways, he was one hell of a builder. He knew all the ins and outs of building. He was one hell of a carpenter. But what else? Let's see. I don't know, Mike. Just driving home. But yeah, New England is the fucking asshole of the country. It fucking sucks. Apparently, there's a lot of places in the country that suck. Certain parts of Pennsylvania, Ohio, certain parts in the country there, and those two different places in the countryside where women are almost as probably butt ugly as here. But I almost, when the supervisor's talking shit to me and being a douche, I almost want to say, like, make a joke about him fucking this bitch in a parking lot in his truck or whatever when his wife was pregnant. I'd be like, oh yeah, like the time you fucked a slam pig, a 1 out of 10 when your wife was pregnant, you fucking creep, with your chest hair poking out of your shirt. Cover that fucking shit up. Yeah, Texas want to know why I'm angry. You work a job like this, Texas, you get fucking angry. I don't even know if I can do a month. I should just fucking quit now. This job is just such bottom of the barrel. Maybe I should just quit. Good. I'm working 7 days a week, 70 hours a week. Maybe I should quit because in not much time I could, if I spend the time, I could find a real nice remote job, or I could just go to that job out west I talked about. I'm not doing myself any favors. It's a tough choice, Mike. It's like, shit, do I do a few more weeks there? We do get paid for Martin Luther King Day, and I'm supposed to get some PTO that I get paid for. But in the scheme of things, it's like, is it worth it? Can I do another month there? Could I finish January? If I quit, do I keep the PTO? Do I have to pay it back? I don't think I have to pay it back because it's from the quarter before. It's from quarter 4 of 2025, so I don't think I have to pay it back. And it's not, I mean, we're not talking about, we're talking about $800. Is that worth staying a month top of my pay? Plus, someone was saying the time and a half and double time on Sunday, that might dry up pretty soon. So it's like, well, that's the only reason I'm there is because that time and a half and double time basically multiplies my paycheck by 50% more, 1.5x or whatever, increases it by 0.5. So it's just liquor store. No, I don't even have any alcohol. God, in honor of LaFonso, I'd like to drink right now. Jesus Christ, what is happening to the stock market? Something must have happened because Bitcoin's is down 3,000. It's down below 90. My stocks are down. Everything's down. Something probably just happened. It's the end of the world as we know it, and Mike's still fine. Mike's gonna outlive all of us. Mike's gonna outlive everyone that's ever been on this panel. There's gonna be a cataclysmic event. It's going to wipe out 99% of the world, and Goat Mike is going to somehow survive. He'll be in his room, wherever he lives, streaming. People around him will be dying in this cataclysmic, apocalyptic event, and Goat Mike will somehow come out fucking unscathed. He won't know what happened. He'll try to go to the gym or try to stream, and then he'll be like, where the fuck is everyone? They're all gone. And Goat Mike's still there because he's a survivor. Goat Mike is a survivor. Plus some Planet Fitness. I need to get my ass in there. That's one thing I need to do immediately is lose 20 pounds. I should do that before I return to Colombia. And I'm going to fuck Latinas left and right. God. Damn. I'm going to fuck a lot of them. Oh, God. That is for sure. How long can I last there? Can I last a month? Maybe. I gotta find out about that PTO. It's kind of chump change, but there's like the Jew in me that's like perseverating or fixating on it because it's like there. And it's like my beady little eyes are like, yeah, so it's like, I should go to Minnesota to see my Somali brothers and sisters. I love them so much. The Somali, they have Somali translator services, Somali daycare, Somali autism centers, Somali food places, the Luring Center. That's so Somali. So they can scam every way for all these like non-taxable, non-profit, like healthcare related stuff. And anyone who knows Somalians are like, bro, their kids don't go to healthcare. Like it's against their culture. The mother raises the kids. They don't let other people raise their kids and influence them. And all their bitches are fat, especially once they fart out a kid. So you see those bitches waddling around. They have really narrow shoulders and it just gets wide from there on down. And they wear those long robes and they're so fucking butt ugly. I've almost never seen an attractive Somali. One time when I worked at Amazon, I should have fucked the shit out of her. She would not stop talking to me. She was a petite little Somali. I should have fucked the shit out of that little Somalian. I fucked Ethiopians. I fucked Kenyans. I fucked Eritreans. I've never fucked a Somali. Fuck some civilization into that bitch. But you see them waddle around, they are fucking fat. And they kind of shift and waddle from side to side. That's their gait. And I've never seen people walk so slow, like they have nowhere to get to, nothing to do. I even saw footage once in one of those long niqabs or what the burqas, where she just the full burqa like they do in Saudi Arabia, not in Iran where it's just a hijab just over the face, just the hair veil, but it's the whole thing. That's the Sunni. The Sunnis do that, where the Shiites, the Iranians, it's only a hair covering. Interesting fact between Shiites and Sunnis. But anyways, I've seen one of them once. I saw it myself. The bitch, it looked like she was squatted down in a Safeway to take a shit. I'm like, no. And she scurried away like a cockroach, and there was a fucking turd that nasty Somali bitch had left on the fucking floor in the Safeway. And then I researched it, and in Somalia, it's similar to India. The majority of the country does open air defecation. They don't even have fucking pits dug. Like in Alaska, they call them dry cabins. They don't have running water, because the pipes and the fucking, the frost and the tundra and shit, and it gets frost so deep, it's so hard and expensive to get proper piping in buildings, so they just have potable water they bring in. And when they have to take a shit or something, they do it outside an outhouse. They dig a hole. Well, these fucks don't even have a hole dug. These Somalians. That's how uncivilized and primitive they are. Even cats dig holes for their shit, but Somalians and Indians don't. They probably play with it. Oh my God, they do! There's a shit festival in India. There's an Indian shit festival. I gotta go. No, I can't go to that. But they bring in just dump truck after dump truck of cow dung, and they play in it. Look it up on YouTube if you don't believe it. And they believe the goddess Lakshmi comes from cow dung, from shit. That's the culture you're talking about, where they believe their goddess comes from shit. And there's another one of their many 5,000 gods that comes from shit besides Lakshmi. These stupid white fucks defend this stuff. And I mean, white people are so fucking stupid. I've never met people more polarizing and fucking frustrating than white people. Where part of me is like so proud to be white, and the other part of me is like, you people are so fucking dumb and naive and pushovers. Like, this hot Venezuelan piece of ass I was talking to today that I know, and she was fucking crying. She had some posts on Instagram crying about the fucking shit in Minneapolis, where that dumb bitch got gunned down who tried to run over the ICE officer, who's a fucking hero. And she showed a snippet of it, and I thought, you fucking Venezuelan bitch. I'm tempted. I'm like, do I show that to Homeland Security to get her ass deported? You're going to come to this country, get taken in, and criticize our country for deporting illegal aliens and federal officers defending themselves? And Tim Walz, like, you're literally, where else in the world is a federal officer going to not be able to defend himself getting hit by a car? And people criticize that. Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota yesterday, said it's war with the federal government. He slipped. He fucked up on mic at a conference. I'm sure that's what he talks about behind closed doors with his federal Democratic wackos. A war, declared war on the federal government. So the worst thing that they could do is allow a riot in Minneapolis or Minnesota right now, because Trump will call in the guard. And that little cuckold Waltz tried to say that, like, he can't do that, it's his guard, and he doesn't seem to comprehend the Insurrection Act and all this stuff, and that the president can do any type of military action as long as it doesn't exceed 60 days. It's like the War Act, the Presidential War Act, I think started in 63, they passed it. People with small brains, smooth brains, don't know this type of stuff. What were they chanting in Minneapolis? What was the little slogan? But it said, nobody's illegal when you're on stolen land, or something like that. And I thought, you stupid fucking cunt. Give back your houses, give back everything if it's stolen land. Stolen from who? The Native Americans that would like literally mutilate the children and elderly and anyone they captured. You read the accounts from what they did to captured peoples, gang raped them, set them on fire, live, cutting their limbs off, vivisection, skinning them, the most brutal stuff, burning alive, flaying. These are the people that are being defended because they depict that they were living together in an egalitarian, harmonic, bucolic, idyllic setting. And all the tribes were at peace and singing kumbaya. King was there. He had a fiddle and a trumpet. King was there in his tribe. Infamous was there. They were all having a powwow and a barbecue. Infamous, King, Dirty Dude. They were all there. Kumbaya. And the horrible white man came and just everything went crazy. The barbarians. That's the narrative they have, and that it's stolen land and it needs to be given back. What are the brain cells of someone that says it's stolen land? All land is stolen, motherfucker. Human beings are indigenous to fucking Africa from tens of thousands of years ago, and then they spread out. For the most part, Africans stayed. The indigenous African peoples. Some of them probably left too. Well, obviously they did, because those are all our ancestors, our progenitors of everyone, is what we're told as Homo sapiens. And the subgenuses or whatever and everything, they say it's all comes from Africa is what they say. Everything before France and before, all these early settlements in Anatolia, these ones that they found from 12,000 years ago in Anatolia or Asia Minor, modern day Turkey and Göbekli Tepe, the first great civilizations that happened in like 2000 BC, 3000 BC in like Crete, the Hittites and, like I said, Asia Minor, the Mycenaeans and the ancient Greeks before the Greek Dark Age and the Bronze Age collapse, and history kind of reset again. And, 800 BC, then you had the Greek, the Athenians coming and the Spartans, and then you had the Peloponnesian Wars and the Persians, the Achaemenids, and blah, blah, blah. Well, in between that, you had like the Assyrians and the Babylonians rising in Mesopotamia. But the point is, they say everything came from Africa. So how do we steal land in the Americas when everyone came from Africa? Land has no masters. No masters. We're all temporarily here. It's just a ride on a rock through space. Quoting Bill Hicks. None of us own this land. Who the fuck do you think you are to think you own land? It's all taken at a sword's end. None of us own fucking land. How arrogant to say that. And that anyone has destiny or deserves the land. And then people want to say the Vietnamese are they own, they're the ones that were in Vietnam and the Mekong River Delta. Wrong. Look at Aboriginal people from Australia. Look at what they look like. Austronesian people, Melanesians. Those are the people that were the indigenous people to Australia, to Vietnam. The Kin people, what they call themselves, the Vietnamese, they're not indigenous to Vietnam, dumb fuck. God, if I never did take debate club, but if I can expound upon a few skills and harness them, yeah, it'll be fun. And it can be kind of like a Muhammad Ali, or I don't know, a boxer. I don't know different people's styles. I never followed that shit, but you kind of trap them and trick them and get them to dig them in, and then they can't get out of basically the web you've spun, to where you call them out in so many different ways, and then by the end of it, they're like, yeah, I am a fucking dumb fuck. You're right. Because I know history, anthropology, archaeology, political science, economics. There's a lot of things I don't know, a lot of things I have yet to learn, but and for once I'm bothering to follow up on global news. So when King or Infamous or anyone wants to come in and try and tell me what's happening in Minnesota, I know exactly what's happening. I follow it daily. I listen to it at work. So yeah, I do know. So it's not like some of the stuff I didn't follow in particular, like George Floyd and some of that stuff. I'm following this. You're not going to trick me on it. Try and trick me. God, I got another few emails to send because these stupid people with the state here can't do anything right. They're so fucking stupid. And you guys say that I love white people. These people are white and they're dumb as a fucking box of rocks. Oh man. Where's Goat Mike? Where the hell is Mike? Lord Mike. God, I want to follow Mike into battle. People have no idea. Within Islam, what's it called? Faraka? It's okay to lie as long as you're doing it in the name of Islam. You can tell lies. You can dishonest, treachery, betrayal. Muslims also believe they have, in their Quran, it teaches that they have a right to the whole world. So they don't see anything wrong with taking, with what's going on in Minnesota. What's going on in Minnesota has exposed a lot of the tenets of Islam from your all's Muslim homeboys. And the black flag of Islam, one world under the black flag, the caliphate. Right? Allahu Akbar. The black flag of Islam. So that's what these Somalis, they don't believe they're stealing anything. They believe they're just taking what is theirs from the Christian infidel. And then it's all owed to them because they're Muslim. The land's owed, the resources, the money. And they know that they can come here and they have 6 or 7 of them. Anytime you see a Somali, what do you see? Like I said, you see the she bitch with her waddling around with her little bastard bulb head baby. Who's paying for that? You and me. Now look at regular black people and white people. You don't see them with kids all the time. These fuckers are outbreeding us. We're going to be replaced pretty soon. Go up to a Somalian, anyone on here. Tell me how it works out. Tell me if they talk to you like their brother and sister. Tell me if they invite you to their family events and if they open their home up to you. These black people in here, Hispanic people. You tell me how that works out for you. I'd like to see it. You're not Somali. You're not within their sub-tribe within the Somali people, the Kushite and Nilotic people. You're not within their sub-tribe. They're tribal. And you must be an observant Sunni Muslim. How many people on here are diehard Sunni Muslims? How many people on here are Kushites? How many people come from their various sub-tribes? The tribe of the Bulbhead 1 or 2 or whatever. Marrying your siblings is totally normal there. There's no laws against it. The age to marry girls there is 9 years old. So that means all these people that love Somalis, King and stuff are okay with 9-year-olds being fucked. What else? They remove people's clits. The women, they do female gender mutilization. How would you like that, King? You're a parent. How would you like your 9-year-old son? I'm not going to name someone specific, and this isn't targeted at you, any of your family, but I'm saying your father. How would you like one of your family members at 9 years old married off to a 45-year-old Somali bulbhead, and then he has her clit removed with his 3 other little child wives? That's the stuff you fucking creeps are defending. It's sickening. Your bulb heads. How you know I'm Somali? Because you got a bulb for a forehead, bro? Bulb heads. You got crackers, you got honkies, and you got bulb heads. I don't know, I think I'd rather be a honky than a bulb head. But I talk to people on here. They tell me that the country's lost and who gives a shit, so maybe I should start listening to you guys. Maybe I care too much. Maybe it's time to make my white exodus. We'll let the bulbs head South America. I will tell you one thing. There's a lot of white rednecks where I live. I'm not a redneck. I'm not one of these people, but you know what they like to do for fun? They like to go out in the woods and hunt shit, kill shit, trap deep in the woods, get elk, moose, bear. They know everything you can know about guns. They're great shots. They're woodsmen. They carry plate carriers into the woods, train for fun. You look at all the special forces. What race are they? They're all white with a couple of brothers and a couple of Latins, but they're 90% white. They're like the most elite special forces. You might get some brothers that know about guns. They don't know about guns like redneck whites do. The last people I would want to piss off is them. Me. I'm not even saying like, I'm saying me as a white dude. because they turn on me in a second too. Just like blacks turn on other blacks. But when you guys come on the show, you want to make it sound like everyone in a race is in one vehicle and they're all friends. Like they say in prison, we're in the same vehicle. We ride in the same car. We're all buddies. You fucking wish. $99.999% of the people that have fucked me over have been white people the most. Hey, buddy. Or Indian. I was reading what's that tribe from the Bible? I don't know if they're from the Old Testament. I'm pretty sure they are. The Amalekite. That's interesting. I'm not sure if it's historically founded. I haven't looked into it. They supposedly come from Sinai. No, from the Negev. The Negev, which I think is like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a peninsula in what is today southern Israel. Between there and what's it called, the Sinai Peninsula, just adjacent to it, and Egypt, and Jordan to the east. They were apparently pastoralists. You know, they'd have their herd. They'd go from one spot to another, always moving. Didn't have crops. Were raiders. They didn't raid for rhyme or reason. They were just anyone that was an outsider. They were there to kill and exploit. What was that fucker's name? Joshua. But before that, it was like Hoshep or something. One of you guys that's learned in this religious nonsense would know about it. When your grandmother took you to church back in the day when you were a kid. But apparently they had this epic battle, and that was when Moses had to keep his hands raised for a whole day. And since he was old, people had to help him keep his hands raised. But he defeated them because those people were wicked. The Amalekite, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it. Because they had in their culture, they went over, they had no qualms about killing the weak and the maimed and the defenseless. To them, it wasn't wicked or shameful. It was prudent and pragmatic. The easiest way they could get resources. You want that? So when they attacked Moses and Joshua's army or whatever, their caravan, they went for the rear, for the stragglers, for the elderly and the infirm and the children. And it was their wickedness that God punished them for. And not submitting or believing in God, even as they saw the forces of God destroying them, despite being inferior warriors. What I really wonder is if any shit from the Bible actually happened. Damn. There's a lot of cultures that have a great flood myth. Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh has one. The Olmecs. There's a lot of them. But I don't think archaeologists, from what I've seen, have found that a great flood occurred. Really anywhere to the level depicted in the world. Now you could you could argue that, what is it? What did God say in Genesis? 6 days and 7 nights or whatever. Well, you could say, well, that's allegorical or metaphorical or whatever. And then in God's eyes, that could be tens of thousands or millions of years. Obviously not millions. Maybe you could even argue God hid stuff, removed stuff from the earth to test people's faith and their commitment to Him. I don't know. I'm not the smartest person out there, but I would say I have no fucking idea. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'll be the first to admit none of it makes sense, guys. The uncreated creator. How do you have the uncreated creator? Simultaneously, how do you define nothing? How do you quantify the state of nothing? And that the Big Bang and the origin of the universe, if that's correct, came from nothing. That doesn't make sense either, Paul. I don't know how it works. I wish I could know. I wish I did know what's true, if there's any religions or paths that are true, because I would fucking submit and yield. But God, it's confusing, and I don't have a testimony that any of them's true. I don't. I think that Christianity is the most righteous guided. Our current version of Christianity is the most. What do they call it in Islam? The hadith reports or whatever, the way of the water, the ummah or whatever. Rightly guided. I'd say that, you know, the most rightly guided society I've ever seen have 100% been Christian ones, without a doubt. Some of the most evil and wicked are Buddhist, Hindu, or Muslim. If you don't believe me, go check them out. I've written ethnographies. I've read ethnographies on Islam in villages in Baghdad in Iraq and stuff from like the 50s. All these different studies to try and compare it, analyze and interpret it to see if it's without, like, as best I can to remove my ethnocentric preconceived notions and tries, despite every human being having a bias, and if anyone says that they're unbiased, they're a fucking retard. But to try and be impartial and objective. And if you don't understand those words, you should look them up, because I can't explain them as well as you could if you looked them up. And every Muslim society, whether it was the Ottomans, the Abbasids, the Umayyads, whatever, Islamic civilization or culture within that civilization I looked at, they look fucking horrible for the majority of people, and people that said science and medicine flourished under the Abbasids and Islamic civilizations. Wrong. Most of those people that were the contributors were actually Christian or Jewish, or like newly conquered people that were conquered with a sword, but they weren't actually Muslim or Arab. These people conquered with bloodshed. People look at the crusade, they don't understand the reaction of the crusade. That between 600 AD, 630 AD, and 730 AD, they conquered with a sword North Africa, Asia Minor, the Levant, Southern Europe, Spain, known as Iberia, or the Iberian Peninsula. They called it Al-Andalus, all the way up to Tours in France. And they gloated with the blood they spilled, gang raping women, spilling blood, spilling open infants. They talked about it with such glee. Read their own original accounts. They do survive. These are the accounts I'm quoting, where they put entire cities to the sword. And the more barbaric and brutal they were, the more pious they believed they were, and religiously observant to Allah. Because these were the infidels, and they needed to be sequestered by whatever means necessary. The more painful, the greater the purification. That was their philosophy. I read the original sources. So, no, these people like to talk about how they, flourished while Europeans were wiping their own ass, living in shit, squalor. No. The Arabs who came from the Hijaz and Western Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, that's where they all come from. They come from the fertile Hijaz. That's where these people came from. They came from the Hijaz. They call it thunder from Arabia. They came with fucking thunder, the religious fervor of a newly brainwashed people with this fanatic Islamic nonsense. And they got so lucky because the Byzantines, which are really the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, but people call them the Byzantines, they had been fighting with my fucking ancestors on my father's side, the Sasanian Persians, for hundreds of years, and they were weakened. Both civilizations were weakened from fighting. So these basically ragheads came in from fucking Saudi Arabia and fucking slaughtered them both because they were weak. Slaughtered them. And they were fanatics. They'd do anything. When you have that religious fanaticism, I mean, they have the same fanaticism then that they have now, blowing themselves up and all that lovely shit. They're fucking wackos. And they want, if you're a Christian, they want you dead. One, like I said, one nation, one global nation under the black flag of Islam, the same flag as ISIS, that black flag with white lettering. That's what they want, the whole world under that. There's no, American version of Christianity with capitalism and multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, heterogeneous pluralism. There's none of that. There's Islam. The whole world is a Muslim caliphate. It makes nothing. If you read the Quran, that's all there is. There's no, we live peacefully among Christians and Jews and we're homeboys and we do business and we're, cool. And no. And even when they did have other civilization, they had a poll tax on non-Muslims. It was called a jizya, Jizya. They had a tax on your ass if you weren't Muslim. It's either that or they put you to the sword. But that was just the process. Eventually, they're putting all your asses to the sword. People don't realize the crusade and everything was a reaction to these people conquering. When the crusades happened, the fucking ragheads were still in Spain. They were still in Spain. The Arabians, the Umayyads, they were still there. The Moors, they still controlled that. And then they had the Reconquista. It took up until the 1400s for the Spaniards to take back Spain from the Arabs and the Muslims. They were there from fucking 680 or something to fucking 1400. So, and when people talk about Vlad the Impaler, Count Dracula and all these people that did savage shit, putting all these people on spikes, and the Romanians and Hungarians, and how absolutely bloodthirsty they were to the Ottomans and stuff. The reason he did that was because he had been captured by the Ottoman Muslims, and that's how they treated their prisoners, and he learned it. So he's like, if I really want to defeat these people and scare them, I need to do the same shit they do. That's how barbaric he had to be to defeat the Ottomans. Absolutely barbaric like they were. because that's how they do stuff in Saudi. The Bedouin people, the Hijaz, that's what the Arabs were. They were Bedouin. They were nomadic pastoralists, herders, traveled around, merchants, going from Mecca and Medina. And Muhammad had his vision in the mountains up there, and there was these people, the Kushites. What the fuck were they called? There was a group of people that were like the elites. He overthrew them with the help of his first wife, who was this old bitch. She was older than him. She was a wealthy merchant bitch. And they destroyed them. They united the city-states, overthrew them. And then they, like I said, thunder out of Arabia. And ever since then, it's never changed, dude. Thunder out of Arabia. These people want to convert me and you to Islam by the fucking sword, one way or another. They don't care if you're black. They don't care if you're white. They don't care. You're not their homeboys unless you're Muslim. And it says Karawa or whatever. I learned the word today in Islam. You're allowed to lie. In Islam, it says you're allowed to lie if it's to further Islam. If you need to lie, cheat, and steal to trick the infidel to defeat them, you're allowed to do it. Lie, cheat, and steal. Yep, look it up. I'll look up the word right now. What's up, debates?
You know, it just comes down to comments about certain religions. Certain things in the religion tell you that's just not good at all. But like I said, doctrine, all in all, is not good. Like, because it's just, if the Son of Man came and he brought
man, I got an announcement debate, man. So go ahead, debates.
Oh, well, go ahead, Mike.
I gotta go ahead and say this, bro. I really hate to reiterate this at all, but I gotta come out and say it, man.
You're gay?
Go. I've made a huge mistake coming to social media. Period. It's a lot that comes in. It's a lot that comes into social media. Social media. It's a lot of drama. It's a lot of stress. It's hard on your mental health. I understand. Like I know Doris is laughing, but I'm being totally factually serious. There are a lot of YouTubers that were big time on YouTube and they quit for this exact reason. Social media is a lot of mental health, and I really regret coming to social media at all, especially YouTube. You know what I mean? It's just too much to come into running a channel. It's just a lot to come into it, man. Like you gotta be able to edit, you gotta have social skills, you gotta be able to do this, you gotta be able to do that, you gotta be able to, keep your calm, you gotta be able to do this, that. I mean, I just don't gotta like FYF. A lot of people, and I said this in my last stream, I only came to YouTube because of a couple of people. BZ23, FYF, Ticket TV. I'm seriously thinking about quitting YouTube. I mean, I'm trying to keep going on YouTube, but I'm seriously contemplating stopping YouTube. Seriously. It's just too much on me mentally, physically, emotionally. I got a lot of stuff in my personal life to really worry about coming on here. I mean, I try to come on here, but it's weighing on me mentally, which is a serious problem. And there's a lot of people, when they have mental health problems, they commit suicide. I'm gonna call it straight down the middle. And I'm not even like the base. You see how Doris is laughing, and I'm being totally serious.
Because you're going crazy. Why the fuck would you kill yourself, dude? What are you fucking talking about?
Well, like I said, bro, YouTube is so stressful on so many levels. There's just too much you have to account for. There's too many variables that come with it. Oh my god, bro! Somebody can buy the channel and they can run the channel. I mean, this YouTube shit, bro. Like, I'm trying to keep going, but I don't know how much longer I can before something bad really happens.
Well, if you're serious about that, then you need to take care of that first.
I don't even want to come back on here. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's it's too much stuff that I gotta account for. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I gotta be good at this. I gotta be good at that, bro. Like I don't get paid for this shit, bro. You know what I mean? I don't get paid to come on here and be stressed out like fucking lawn chairs. I just don't get paid for that, bro. If I was getting paid for it, it'd be totally different. Like if I was making serious money on here, totally different game. But when you get stressed out for free, it's a whole different game.
Yeah.
so it's like you know, I'm really sick of doing YouTube. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like anybody watching me, shout out to everybody who's been supporting me. But this YouTube shit, bro, is weighing on Go Mike tremendously. I don't even want to be coming back on here. Now. Come on here. It's kind of like being a chain smoker. You know you shouldn't smoke, but you're still smoking. That's where I'm headed right now. It's like I know I shouldn't be on here because of mental health, but it's like I'm trying to force it because you know there's a lot of people that support the channel, but man, it's I don't even know what else to even say on that, bro. I'm gonna leave it at that. Go ahead, the base if you got anything on that.
No, we gotta talk about your shit.
But I'm about out of the door when it comes to YouTube, bro. I'm like 1.5 foot out and only a half foot in, and that half foot is already slipping out. So I'm really sick of YouTube.
I don't understand why you don't reach out to people. You have so many people on here that are content creators that can help you. HD Picks, Cuba.
I don't have the patience, bro. Patience is something I don't have, bro. I don't have the patience to run this stuff, bro. If I'm not gonna be getting paid, for this, bro, there's no point of me coming on here being stressed out when I ain't getting paid for this. I'm looking at all these other YouTubers getting paid to come on and post content. Coming on here for free, it's like, what am I paying StreamYard for? I'm paying them $50 a month, and I ain't getting shit in return. I'm spending, bro, in the last decade, I spent a lot of money on StreamYard, and I ain't getting paid a dime. But I gotta come on here and be stressed out. I gotta be worked up. I gotta come up with all these crazy titles. I gotta be able to have conversation. Like it's a lot, bro. I'm sick of YouTube.
You gotta show your butthole.
I'm not even gonna engage in all that. But the base man, Goat Mike is trying to find somebody to hold the channel and let them run it because I'm about sick of YouTube. I'm sick of YouTube, bro. YouTube is one of the most stressful jobs ever. I'm telling you, bro. There's a lot of YouTubers that feel how I feel, which is why they ain't posted. I know YouTubers right now that's big names. They ain't posted in fucking 3 years. That's for a reason. It's stressful as fuck. Posting content sound easy. No, it ain't. That shit hard to do.
Oh, Mike, you could only see the talent we see in you, bro.
I'm sick of YouTube, man. I hope YouTube shut my channel down. That way, I can actually quit for real. Fuck YouTube.
You're talking like a pussy.
Call it what you want.
Dude,
at the end of the day, I'm playing right now.
Dude, you're an alpha male. You don't quit. Come on, dude.
Bro, YouTube is ass, bro. If I'm not gonna get paid, Boris, you just talked about how your job pay you this or that, right? You just talked about that. Imagine putting money into a channel. Even the base know what I'm talking about. The base, are you there?
Oh, he's there. He's listening.
Bro, the base.
I'm here.
Bro, the base. Tell this dude Doors that when you put money into a channel, not get paid a dime. This shit ain't easy. You think it's easy to base? He think this shit is walk in the park. What?
I told you to do that, man. You ain't listening.
I'm walking the Somali Park.
I'm not even trying to be. Is Gigi there?
Oh God! What is? Oh God!
Gigi there?
I told you what to do already, though, Mike. You can still utilize YouTube and still make money without having to be on YouTube.
But I'm not making no money. But here's the problem, debates. Here's the problem. I don't have the skills like y'all think I have. And then on top of that, it's like I'm coming on here and I'm making no money, bro. What is the point of me keep coming on here?
You gonna make some money. Go on
Huh?
TikTok and make some money. You can be on your page.
I can make money on there for sure, no doubt. But the thing is, I'm not tomorrow. But the thing is, I understand I can make money on TikTok. I already have almost 5,000 people on there. The thing is, right now, I'm not tomorrow TikTok. I'm tomorrow. People want me to keep posting. GG, you gotta hear me out, GG. GG, you gotta hear me out, GG. GG, you gotta hear me out. What I'm saying though, a lot of people, a lot of people want me to keep posting content on YouTube. I'm putting all this money into YouTube, but I can be putting that shit into my TikTok. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you.
But the thing about it, you ain't gotta pay TikTok nothing. You gonna make money off of TikTok.
No, but on TikTok, they got a thing. You can buy sponsors and brands on TikTok and make 2 times the money. Like right now, I could easily make crazy money.
I ain't buying nothing. I'm gonna get on there and be me.
No, but you're missing what I'm. GG, if you just calm down, and really look at what I'm saying. I could spend $3.
GG.
I could turn $3. GG. I could turn $3 into 1,000 on TikTok as debates. You can pay a small amount, and you're gonna get double back. That ain't cap. That's actually facts. So the other thing about YouTube is, huh?
I still make money on you. But I need to be alive in a minute, but when I get on there, people come in my face.
Yeah, but YouTube is not. Yeah, but oh god.
Easy, Mike.
No, it's not even that. But I feel sick as a dog right now, and it's like Gigi's not even getting what I'm saying on no level.
Getting this bad pussy, Mike.
No, bro. You see, you all over the place, Doris. Right now, I really feel awful, but the whole point that I'm trying to make that GG, Doris, and all y'all not understanding is that when you put money into something and not get nothing back in return, that stuff hurt, bro. It's like, what's the point of me keep coming on YouTube just to be stressed out? And it's gonna get to a point where I'm gonna actually quit YouTube. I'm about sick of YouTube. I can go to a bingo. I can go to Discord and make way more money. I could do a lot of things different on different platforms. YouTube is down the drain. I'm about ready to hang it up with YouTube. YouTube is trash. I gotta come on here and get 1 viewer, 2 likes, no money. And everybody, and it's like I shouldn't have started this second channel. I should have just not started the second platform. I don't know what told me to start another platform. I should have just stayed off, went into retirement, and just hung it up. I don't know why I even came back. Even the base got a YouTube channel. You know why the base don't be on YouTube posting content like that? Because the base know when you put money in this shit and not get nothing back. There's a reason why the base said, "Man, fuck YouTube." He got a whole page. You don't even post on there. That ain't for no damn reason.
I mean, listen. I just recently got some equipment, man. I'm finna start putting serious money into
Debate won't be real debates,
stuff, bro.
Real debates. Let the real debates. Would you rather do
microphone? Real.
Even with all that debates, do you seriously think you're gonna be on TikTok or YouTube? Let's be real debates. Let's keep it all the way 100.
They be on TikTok and YouTube. They be on both of them. They have 2 phones. Or they use their iPhone, whatever.
I'm gonna do both, bro.
Laptop.
I'm gonna have a tripod with one. I'm gonna have a tripod with my phone, and then I'm gonna have my computer. Be on TikTok on my phone, and then on my computer I'll be on YouTube.
Be on both of them.
Brother Bates, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I got
the only way that I
can come in like 4 days.
I'm gonna team up with the base. I'll tell you what I do, the base. I'll just team up with you and GG, and we'll just we will just collab on. I can collab with you and her on y'all pages. I'll do that.
Well, I'm
I'll
glad,
be
bro.
the,
I don't have no
I'll be
problem
the
with that.
special guest. I'll be a
Oh
special
yeah.
guest on y'all pages. That way, that way, I don't gotta post content, and I could just sit back and just post on TikTok every now and then. Heck yeah!
You ain't
I'm
sitting
ready.
back, Mike. Here go Mike.
I'm gonna sit back, Doris. Trust me.
Go
Trust me,
Mike
Doris.
doesn't sit back.
My days on TikTok, my days on YouTube is coming to an end, Doris. I'm telling you, the days are numbered.
I mean, when I
My
hear
time on
this guy
YouTube is
say
coming
he's
to
gonna
a close.
sit back, am I the only one that says nope? That's not your personality to sit back.
It is my personality, Doris. I've had a lot of things in my life that I just gave up on, but that don't make you a quitter. Some things are meant to give up on. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Just because you give up something in life, that don't make you weak. Some things are worth giving up on. Seriously, something ain't worth your time. That's like Walmart. I
Oh
love
God.
Walmart today, but guess what? Sooner or later, I'm gonna put in my resignation. So look, y'all, I want to thank y'all for the career y'all gave me. I've been in this bitch 16. March 3rd be 16 years in Walmart. So I'm just telling you, bro, it's gonna come to an end where I'm from a resignation and say, hey, look, I love y'all guys, but I gotta go. All things must come to an end at some point. Ain't nothing forever.
I'm planning on by the end of summer, not gonna have to work no more. I'm gonna be on social media, make all my income on social media.
I'm gonna collab with you, debates. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna collab with you every freaking day. Fuck you too. I'm gonna get off my look, debates. Once you start your shit, you and Gigi, I'm gonna delete my channel and I'm gonna be collabing with debates and Gigi. So y'all wanna find good Mike, you gonna have to find me on debates and Gigi shit. I ain't gonna be on here. Or if you wanna find me on TikTok, I'll be on there. But I ain't gonna be on here. Like once the base and Gigi start y'all shit, we gonna be the big three. You know how LeBron, Chris Bosh, and Wade was the big three? That's gonna be us. The base gonna be LeBron, Gigi gonna be Chris Bosh, and I'll be Dwayne Wade. I'm already. We finna tag team. I'm finna be off YouTube. Fix your mic, Doris. I'm finna be off YouTube, man. Fuck. Anybody listening, fuck YouTube. Bro, Doris, you gotta fix that mic, bro. Bro, fuck YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Debates. I'm finna collab with you and Gigi all the fucking time. Then, but where go Mike at? Why he ain't come on live? I'm gonna say I'm on debates and Gigi shit. I ain't gonna be on here, bro. I'm on here getting one fucking viewer. That's a damn shame. 2 likes. That's a damn shame. 99. Huh?
That's crazy word.
I'm over here getting brand deals and sponsors on TikTok, and I only been on that bitch for 3 months. I've been on YouTube for God knows how long, and I can't get people to hit the like button. Man, fuck YouTube. I'm gonna be on YouTube. Once y'all start y'all shit, GG, it's gonna be the big three, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be the big three. It's gonna be like Shaq, Kobe, and Derek Fisher. It's gonna be like Isaiah Thomas, Lambert, and Joe Dumars. It's gonna be like fucking Pippen, Robin, and Jordan. Telling you, bro. I ain't finna be on this shit. It's gonna be like Kareem, Magic, and Michael Cooper. The hell?
But I already been on TikTok, so I got I'm close to like 3,000 people.
Why you ain't follow me, GG?
I don't know your thing.
I'm gonna send you her info. Me myself, I'm around like 160 followers, but you're gonna see my TikTok explode very
I
soon.
got like I
It's
got
about to
close to
explode,
3,000
bro.
on mine.
I'm talking about by the end of
You
this
said how
month,
many
I
people?
guarantee you my shit gonna be
I
like up to
got close to
2,000.
3,000 people on mine.
Listen, go Mike. I got about 160 followers, right? By the end of this month, gonna be about 2,000. Remember I told you that? About 2,000.
Hey, dude, I'm telling you, the base. Man, you gonna take off the base because I just started mine 3 months ago, and I'm already at 5,000 damn near.
And even me, this other lady I be talking to today, she like basketball, football, and shit. I don't be it, but I don't be it.
Man, I got a cold ass audio setup, man. Listen, my audio setup is gonna be so elite. I got a gold mic. I got an audio tuner. Like I got like you know that like the little black thing that's behind the mic when they talking. Professional YouTubers be having that. I got that. I got the tripod with the lights and it follows you when you going around the room doing your podcast. It follows you. You turn your phone while your phone is in there. I got shit. I got some shit. It's on the way. I'm finna go up.
You gotta see me.
Up, bro.
You gotta see me. GG's on TikTok, man.
You gonna see us this year, I promise you that.
You gotta send me. You gotta send me her TikTok when you get a chance to base.
I'm about to. I'm about to, bro.
I'm following Prodigy Gary on there.
If you want to get interviews with those.
My ass keep blowing up on TikTok. I ain't gonna be on YouTube. That's for damn sure.
It's crazy as hell, I'm telling you.
I just started 3 months ago and already got almost 5,000 people. What's the point of keep doing YouTube for when I could just get 1,000 every fucking week on TikTok? What? And I ain't even posting like that. If I start posting just how the base talking about putting basketball shit like that, man. By the time April get here, shit, I might be at fucking 30K. The hell, and I'm being dead serious.
They kind of weird on there too, though. They kind of weird too.
Even on YouTube, but here's the thing: social media, period, is weird. It don't matter what platform you on, YouTube, TikTok, whatever you on, it's gonna be weird shit, bro. Regardless of what you on, it don't matter what you on. Discord, it don't matter. You now, it don't matter what you on. Monkey app, it don't matter what you get on. You can have some weird shit, even in real life. You can have weirdos in real life, staring at you and shit, licking their lips. You can have, man, come on, weird shit everywhere. Real life, on social media, don't matter where it's at. I realized that, man. Weird shit is all around. All over social media, real life. I mean, come on, man. Let's keep it 100. You can walk outside and find some weird shit. Be like, damn, who the fuck is this nigga?
But see, the thing about TikTok, they like to see people on there arguing. They like to see people cussing each other out. Like that's what they like.
That's gonna hurt your platform. That's gonna shut down your platform. And people cursing on the platform.
They on there talking ball, bro. Better ask. I be on there, bro. Bro, they be on there talking ball, going to war. I'm talking about new dudes, young dudes don't might get money. 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. All they do is just get a panel, have a bunch of people come up there and talk ball. They just put a subject up there and just collect followers and collect gifts. Like when you got the gifts and it's easy to follow and you just double click on the screen. Is there certain things on TikTok that makes it a lot easier?
Don't follow everybody. Do not follow everybody. You let them motherfuckers follow you. Do not follow everybody see you invite. Let them follow you.
Yeah. That's why I go lie.
What I'm talking about. I got so many friends, but I'm only following 1,000 or out of the people that I have. Don't follow everybody.
I'm confused how to. I'm confused at how to even. Well, it ain't even let me find yours.
Bro, Mike, look at the numbers that I have up under my profile, and you'll see the light. It's the light. How many people I follow, and how many people following me. See that middle number is people following you. The other number is on the left side is people you follow. And then the one on the right side is people that like everything you post on, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that.
Shit, I can't even find Gigi stuff.
I don't know why.
I mean, the just sent me the link, but I don't see it nowhere on here.
Get you a link. What link is
Yeah, he sent me a link to your
profile. That's not no link.
That's what when you send somebody something like that, I call it like where I'm from, Dallas, Texas. We call that a link.
Baby, find it stuff
Like a
on
video, a picture, videos and pictures. We call videos and pictures down here in Dallas, Texas. Somebody send you a video or a picture. We call those links. But for some reason, it's not letting me. It's not even showing me your profile at all.
That's crazy.
Right, and I sent the whole picture of the profile, right?
Yeah, you did. But when I type it in, I might have to put that bottom stuff in.
Right. I don't know. I'm about to go up though. This tripod and microphone. I'm speaking to the golden mic. Ain't gonna be nothing but money. Golden mic. I got a golden mic. Mm-hmm.
Sure, I agree with you, the base. I mean, it's definitely better on there than on YouTube. YouTube is so fucking ass, bro. You gotta put so much work into YouTube just to go nowhere.
You know, TikTok them up and showing you them kids so you can make someone money.
But like I said though, GG, there's weird shit everywhere. It don't matter what you own. It don't matter what the app is. You're gonna have somebody like, oh shit, who is this nigga? It's just always like that, bro.
That long, like I was just doing shit. What?
It ain't let me find GG. If GG posted more, I could tell. Well, just based off the link that he said, like if he posted more, yeah, your shit be like your numbers is crazy. 2,000 plus likes. I mean, damn.
A lot of people I follow is like celebrities. And see, me, I've been had a TikTok, but I ain't been posting and doing nothing. You
gotta share me
the more and more I post, the more and more my stuff been going up. Likes, follows, everything go up. But you know, I've been really busy working and stuff like that. I'm on vacation now. I'm probably gonna have bands on bands and be balling like a motherfucker. So I'm probably gonna be showing how good of a creator I really am when I really got the money and the time and I can really do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been having the money without the time. Now I got the money and the time. And that makes me a threat, man. I'm telling you, it makes me a threat, bro. Because I can hold my own. I don't even have to have nobody up or nothing. As long as I got an idea in my head, I can sit there and talk and do what I do. So when you got great lighting, you know, great audio, good background,
So
this type of stuff I'm finna have, man. I'm finna bring some stuff to the table, man. It's finna be really different. Y'all gonna be very much surprised to see what I'm gonna bring to the table with my YouTube and my TikTok, bro. I'm talking about presentation wise, the stuff I'm gonna be doing and saying. It's going by the end of summer, you're gonna be like, damn, he really ain't even gotta go back to work. I'm gonna be a whole creator.
Yep, you and me both. You and me both will be blowing up on there by summertime. Shit, we both gonna have over 15K in our sleep. Telling y'all.
I know, because I can do it too.
YouTube's on the time clock. YouTube's on the time clock.
Bro, because if I'm in the crib every day with good internet, bro, I can I can have a panel anytime I want. You feel what I'm saying? Like this shit is not a game the way I can have things set right now. It's not a game.
Or like you could have it said before.
Yeah, the equipment and stuff I got now, I ain't had before. This is a whole different type of thing now. And I know how to, work the internet better, what to say, what not to do. And then the last few days I've been seeing too. See, like I said, like TikTok is a whole lot more freer and the rules, they done tightened up. So you can't cuss, you can't do this, you can't do that.
You can,
you know what I'm saying? You can, but you might possibly get your channel taken down. Certain things gonna happen now.
But they're gonna shadow ban you if you cursing on you on TikTok. They'll start. They're not gonna push you as long.
I unalive a person. You can't say kill them. You got to say unalive. You got to say certain.
But if you want to push your, but Gigi, here's what me base trying to tell you. If you want TikTok to push your shit hard, like push it hard, kind of like somebody pregnant and they're trying to push out that baby. If you want TikTok to push you like that, you got to keep it clean. You can't be on there cursing and acting crazy.
You can get on TikTok and act crazy all you want, just as long as you not talking about, like I say, you got to say certain words. Oh, I'm gonna go and kill this person. No, you got to say unalive. Like,
how come you don't post Gigi?
I'm about to change my TikTok.
Gigi, if you know all this stuff, Gigi, how come you don't post?
They do.
How come you don't post, Gigi? How come you don't post then? If you know all this,
I used to post. I was posting.
Why you ain't posting now?
She call herself sneaky, not posting all because I'm around, bro. Think I don't know. I don't see that style, bro. But listen, go Mike. I ain't starting nothing. I ain't tripping because I don't be on TikTok like that. I just got like Facebook. You know what I mean? I got Snapchat Plus. I use like certain filters, a couple friends on there. But really, I'm a busy guy, bro. And at the end of the day, now with this recent injury and me not working,
if you see my page, you can see what I was doing, right?
Yeah. Anyways, bro, listen. With me not working, this recent injury now gave me time to sit back and reflect on how to make money a different way and how to just sit back and relax because I've been working way too damn hard, which made me get injured. And so now, by the end of summer is my goal. I will no longer have to do no more physical work. You hear me? Getting up early in the morning, getting up late at night or in the middle of the day to get them ugly shoes on and that ugly outfit on. Whatever that's going to be, I'm going to put together. Go out that door, whether it's walking, the bus, or getting a ride, and going into some dusty-ass factory, bro, and doing what somebody say do. That shit, I'm tired of. I am so tired of, bro. In every facet, whether it's food or automotive, whatever the case may be. Tired of shit. Just going in buildings, period. Doing what other people say do. So, I'm going to make a goal. I don't know if it's going to be achieved, but it's going to be very close, I'll tell you that. By the end of the summer, I ain't going to work no more. I'm going to be a whole creator. My money coming in every month going to be from creating. It's going to be more money than I ever had before. I got a very good feeling that's about to get ready to happen, bro. Very good feeling. I just got a very good deal on some very good equipment, bro. You gonna be like, yeah, that's cold ass equipment. Like, I got some really good stuff, bro. So I just gotta do some stuff as far as to the walls. I'm gonna put some stuff on the walls. I think some of that stuff you be seeing on the walls they be having, for like the sound. For the sound up.
That's a green screen they be here.
No, not no green screen. I'm talking about the stuff they put on the walls. It's for sound. So Mike, you know what I'm talking about. I forgot what it's called, but yeah,
green screen.
it's not green screen because you don't change how the screen look. It's just like some type of tile, some type of stuff you put on your wall for sound. It's like studio, some type of studio.
It's called a green screen.
Okay, whatever. But yeah. So I'm gonna do that. I gotta get the walls right, and I'm probably gotta get a couple pictures. But besides that, bro, I already got over half the equipment I need. All I need to do is get a computer and like one more other thing, bro. And I pretty much got everything I need. You know what I mean? I'm finna get ready to get it. I got an iPhone 15 right now. I'm finna get ready to get a 17 Pro Max. You know what I'm saying? Really, I don't need shit else. That 17 Pro Max is a computer by itself. But I'm gonna go ahead and get a computer because you gotta chop up the video and stuff like that. Which I was trying to explain to people. It ain't you can't just go vlogging. I don't care how good of a phone you got or device you got. You can't just go.
Chop your shit up. Once you get ready to load your shit,
It's right. It's gonna get chopped up because if it's a straight up video, it's live. If it's a straight up video, it's a pre-recorded video straight up, or it's live. Outside of that, most videos you see is gonna be chopped up because it's just little intervals within the video where people just be talking too much or certain stuff happen that need to get cut out to make the whole video cleaner that y'all don't never see because most videos get chopped and edited. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of chopping and editing. I might let TikTok do a little bit of chopping and editing. I'm gonna be doing some chopping and editing. I'm just gonna be going through the basis of all of it. Period. Even though it's these apps got certain things within the apps that chop and edit that it will chop and edit your video themselves. I'm gonna go through the video and chop and edit the way I want it to be on some of them, and really just go down through there and just kind of learn this computer stuff a little bit more when it comes to running your channel and uploading and downloading and doing all these different shit. Intro video, you had the intro video with Kobe, stuff like that, bro. Something like how Bang got his intro video. We got a nice little a few LeBron intro videos. I'm just saluting that. His content is one thing, but the intro video is another thing. Who is it? Look at this. Look at this. Look at But yeah, go Mike. I'm gonna show you, bro. Listen, cheap stuff, bro, for a deal. I'm gonna show you the way, bro. And you just build a little bit. I'm not getting everything all at one time. I definitely got the money. I could probably pretty much get everything at one time. But I'm gonna get a little bit here, a little bit there, build, gain some money, take some of that money, put that back into the channel some more, and you just flip. It's kind of like it ain't no different than the street. You get a brick and you flip it, you take half of that money, put it up, the other half you use to flip, and you just keep doing that. You keep stacking. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't no different, bro. Street concept is everything come from the streets, bro. Whether people want to admit it or not. So when it comes to stacking and flipping revenue and money in general, you gotta use that same concept. You see what I'm saying, go Mike?
I hear you.
So you gotta, whether you on a block or whether you sitting in the crib or you way in another state and somebody putting up on you to get something, that's just these are just examples of what I'm saying. So whether you are the highest level YouTuber, or you in the middle or you lower ranked, you gotta pump out you gotta pump out content consistently. And when you get a positive amount of money, man, you gotta take half of that money to pay for your internet, half of that money go in the bank, and the other bit of that money you gotta put back into the content, try to make your content better, bro. As far as your audio, video, whatever the case may be. So that's what I'm gonna do, bro. Like, I want to make sure all my videos is in 4K or better. You know what I'm saying? The best audio, clear audio, bro. I might have to get some better internet. I got pretty good internet right now. I'm gonna have to get better internet. I'm gonna no, I get no dips and valleys in my internet. You know what I'm saying? Then I gotta get like one of those hotspots, Wi-Fi hotspots. So when I go do a vlog or something at a restaurant or whatever, I don't have to worry about using a Wi-Fi or using a hotspot on my phone. I'm gonna use like Verizon Wireless or AT&T or one of those places I'm gonna go to and get a hotspot. Because somebody told me about that, bro. They be having hotspots, bro. When they use their phone or whatever they do, bro. Like when you be in a lot of these restaurants, bro, your signal don't be all the way there, bro. It don't. And sometimes their Wi-Fi don't be all the way there because everybody that works there is on the Wi-Fi. Then you got a restaurant full of people on Wi-Fi, and some people got a lot of apps and stuff pulling a lot of data. And then you got multiple devices doing that. So think about how much data is getting used off of one Wi-Fi. I don't care if it is a restaurant. You think they paying to have that many gigabytes so everybody can have a super fast internet? No, you're getting about medium speed based on all of those people being on there at the same time. So I'm trying to look at, having my own little internet when I go into an establishment and do a review at a restaurant. I'm gonna be doing some reviews at all the dispensaries. I'm gonna be going all the dispensaries. I'm talking about it's gonna be legit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I'm sober for a lot of this. It's gonna be well thought out, real premeditated. You know what I'm saying? Go Mike. I'm coming different, bro. I'm coming different, bro. I'm telling you. I'm not playing no games, bro. I'm gonna be
Yeah, they
sober.
ain't playing around, man.
Going to these restaurants, fresh. You feel what I'm saying? I'm be doing different outfits and different little Jordans and stuff like that, putting outfits together, doing a review like that. Half the video will be like my weekend tutorial. I'm gonna call it the weekend tutorial. 2 fits for the weekend. When you get off work Friday, you done Friday, what's gonna be your 2 fits all the way until Monday? I'm gonna call it the weekend tutorial. And I got like a couple channels I'm about to do. I'm about to do a whole new channel on YouTube besides the one I got. And I'm about to change my name on TikTok, bro. I thought of all of that, bro, here in the last day, bro. I'm telling you, it's about to go down, bro. It's about to get real wicked, bro.
You definitely got what it takes, debates.
You just gotta be consistent. See, the thing about it is, I don't doubt myself being consistent if I'm sitting at home all day anyway. How I can't be consistent. See what I'm saying? I'm on vacation, bro. So now's the time to capitalize. Now it's time to capitalize, bro. Ain't nothing major going on. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing major going on. New Year's is over with. It's back to grind time, bro. So, I got to look at this as a different opportunity. I'm injured and sitting down. What way can I make just as much, if not more money in this span of time before I get fully recovered? Because I'm going to recover from this injury sooner or later. And I got to make a decision about where I'm going to go, what I'm going to do. But if I already got something going on, then shoot, all I can do in my spare time is work out. That's what I want to do. Be able to vlog and do videos, do content, and make money and take care of everything off of that income. And then on the side, being able to work out and all that. But I'm not going to be able to work out with an injury right now. But if I can manage to be able to do that, it's over by the end of summer. It is over by the end of summer, bro. And I'm like I said, I'm gonna plug you on the equipment and stuff, bro. I'll plug you in on that, bro. And get your equipment and stuff right, bro. Get audio right and all of that. Plug you in on it, bro. And I'll plug you in on a deal that you can get, a good iPhone and the internet all coupled in one, bro. Start thinking about getting your own internet all coupled in one for a good deal.
That's what you get him a phone and you
iPhone and internet. So I only got enough on my bill is only one phone for one person. So I'm talking about getting him the same deal. It's one phone per person. It's one phone per person. You're not listening to me. It's one phone per person. I was gonna go buy her own phone, but she got an attitude. I don't want an iPhone. I'm like, man, forget it then. You want to keep an iPhone 13 all the way till 2082? Go ahead. I'm finna get 17 Pro Max. You hear me? Pro Max, not the 17, not the 17 Pro, 17 Pro Max. You know what that means? It ain't a higher level. Mountain high. We going mountain high around this bitch. You feeling like the Temptations? Papa was a rolling stone. I am. I'm gonna point him in the right direction. He gonna be able to pay. He gonna be able to listen. I'm gonna point you in the right direction. You're gonna be able to have a decent amount that you're gonna be able to afford for your internet and your phone. You're gonna be able to pay on your phone and have the newest phone that's out, bro. You hear what I'm saying? All on the one deal. All on the one deal, bro. Less than $100, you'll be able to get the new iPhone and you'll be able to get all in one deal, bro. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm looking for like a lot of deals. You know what I'm saying? Just because you got money do not mean you should look for good deals. Cause you always if you don't think that way, bro, when you get money in your hand, you just gonna buy the highest thing possible. You gonna get the biggest, you gonna get a good deal, but not the best deal. I'm gonna get the best deal, bro. See what I'm saying? When you can get the best phone that's out and keep your current number. I don't gotta switch numbers. Keep my current number or switch if I want to. And I'm gonna have the best internet, less than $100 a month. You can't beat it, bro. Because you gotta have internet and you need a phone. So when you got both of those all coupled into one for less than $100 a month, that's a deal. That's a deal, bro. You can't tell me it ain't. Just save your money, save you a few pennies, and I'm gonna let you. And like I said, I'm gonna send you the info already, screenshots of the stuff that I got, and how you gotta be able to go about getting the prices, man, for that stuff that I got, man. You can get some similar stuff, bro, and just set your audio up. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people don't. I've just been thinking about it, bro. Like, the clearer your audio is, the least amount of times that your video is clippy or choppy, or you drop in the middle of a live, or the screen will go black because of the internet or something like that. When that happens, the least amount of times you got clear, concise video and audio every time you present something to the people that's looking at your stuff, you're gonna be going up. It's gonna be very much professional. Well, I mean, your content don't gotta be professional. Your content can be whatever. But how you present it gotta be very much professional. You don't gotta spend the most money in the world, but you gotta spend some money and be smart about how you spend it. And that's exactly what I'm about to do. Feel what I'm saying? As far as getting mics and getting the room right so it can be soundproof, getting the tripod, stuff like that. That's what I'm about to do, bro. So that's what you should look at, bro. That's definitely what you should look at. What happened to Doors? He just dropped out, man. I think the Lakers lost tonight. Bron didn't play. Victor didn't play. I think Victor, both him and because of his injury and minutes restriction, he didn't play a back-to-back, and then LeBron didn't play back-to-back. So lost that game, but we won the other game. LeBron and Luka both dropped 30. Still 13-0 in the clutch. Best record in the NBA. Lakers. That fourth quarter in clutch, man, just 13-0. far as the playoffs go, Mike, what you think about to happen? NFL.
You said what debates?
What's been happening in the NFL playoffs, man? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna go home?
I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, uh, this year as a whole, there's been a lot of teams that won that went that shouldn't have won, or teams that got hot that shouldn't have been hot. It's unpredictable. Like in years past, you can really dictate who's going to win or not, but now it's like you pick the favorite, huh?
Very much unpredictable.
Yeah, this season been unpredictable. Like there's teams that is catching people off guard, so it's hard to choose who's going to win or who's not. It's hard to choose, man. I just know my team got to beat the Bears. We the first game. The first game was the Packers, so we gotta come out and show why we're the first. It's gonna be snowing in Chicago. They say it's gonna be snowing, windy. I think the Packers can win. Come on, Doris, man. Come on, man.
You want to know something?
No.
GG laughing at that shit.
My paycheck was $16.99 and 68 cents this week. Plus
that's
my
a good
investment.
paycheck.
Nah, dude, I have so many bills and debt and shit. I'm broke. It's like gone. Poof.
You gotta work hard. You gotta minimize them bills and lifestyle and stuff.
Debates. I am just paying bills left and right, dude. But it's just like it feels good, but it's just like, when's it gonna end, Lord?
Never. Unless you want to be a fucking monk, never.
God, dude.
Oh, trust and believe me, I be fucking bitching and complaining about it all the time.
We the first game debates. Debates as the first game of the playoffs. The Packers got to come out and show why we the first game, right?
Y'all better do something, man. It's serious business, man. The Bears gonna come out trying to run you straight over.
But it's gonna be snowing in Chicago. That benefits the Packers.
Goat Mike loves his Packers. Does GG know how much he loves his Packers? I think everybody knows at this point. The Packers are going to beat the Bears.
Yep.
Yes. No, I'm confident.
The first round of playoffs kind of trash, bro. These matchups kind of trash. Like outside of like the Packers, Bears.
Debates. Can you just manifest the same energy that they're going to upset them? Packers.
Texans, Steelers. That's a good matchup.
Oh.
And I guess Bills and Jags. Outside of that, I don't like none of the matchups, bro. I don't.
What does GG think of Goat Mike?
Oh, she be hearing them go crazy about the Packers and shit. She be shaking her head.
She knows I'm crazy too. What does GG think about Goat Mike? But what does GG think about Goat Mike in particular?
In particular?
I gotta hear it. Yes.
You gotta hear it. Stop. He's sick.
Does she hear when he talks about his massive cock and girls can't take it and he wants to fuck all night?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be sitting right there.
I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it on sports, and Doris is just Doris. Doris, why you keep shading to the left?
Doris is freaking crazy. I'm talking about nuts. I'm talking about he went home. You want going to the left. That fucker hit that ball out of man. Foul ball. Foul play.
Mike, we've had like 20-minute conversations on here about your cock, and like, why you didn't shy now?
Oh my god.
Yeah, y'all dudes sick and it ain't no cure. You know what I mean?
No, no, because
That's
the
how it's
women
really
can't
yeah,
take
yeah,
Mike.
yeah.
They can't take him.
I'm
I don't
trying
know
to
why
do.
Mike.
I'm trying to.
Mike deep.
I'm trying to do. Here's the thing.
Hey, George, you are a sick motherfucker, man.
Mike deep.
Mike D.
Mike to the hilt.
And then you sit up there listening to this shit laughing. Sick too, man.
Mike, I have zero. Let me ask you this, Mike. Why don't you go start going live on TikTok? You got so many viewers, and YouTube just seems too hard to break through.
Yeah, he had over 3,500 people on there. Shoot, less
I
than that.
know. He got to get that channel back, dude. Mike needs to get that channel back. I don't know how to say it.
I don't know what made him just all of a sudden just stop. Like 3,500, bro. 3,500. No problem getting 10 people on the panel. You got 3,500 people in the building. At least 10 of them will definitely get on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So that right there,
Oh
every day or
yeah.
every night, you don't have to worry about a full panel. You have to worry about who you're going to choose for a full panel. You see what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
the kind of worry you're going to have with that situation. Who you're going to choose for the panel. Not how many people going to come. There's going to be so many damn people, you're going to have to worry about who you choose.
Yeah.
You drop one, pop one.
I'm talking about way more people just besides the regulars, me indoors, and everybody else. It's going to be a lot of people.
Yeah. Stragglers, newcomers. I knew this guy, and never mind. I'm gonna keep that story to myself. Anyways, though, Mike, you're very engaging and entertaining. You're very creative. I have no doubt, dude. No doubt.
You
You're
think your
Mike,
stumpy
dude.
got a shot at Tatum come back and he's about 90% of what he was?
Oh, if he can come back this season, everyone cries and complains and says you don't want to take him back too early, but I say bring his ass back in the playoffs.
I say bring him back probably about if he come back before the playoffs, bring him back. If he come back 10 games before, let him play them 10. Let him try to, get a couple games under his belt. I don't
Yep.
think just putting him just because he's been in the playoffs before, that does not mean it's gonna go well for him just throwing him in like
No.
that, bro. That is gonna be a disaster, homie. I'm telling you. He got to get some games under his belt, man. At least about 10, 15. I say 15,
Yeah.
20. If it's 20 games left in the season, he's healthy, run it. I ain't saying play him 40 minutes a game, but at least give him 30 minutes a game. And then get him to about 35 like those last few games. You know what I mean? I don't care if you
Yeah.
ain't playing no other starters. Just play him and let him play. Let him fucking play, bro. He needs to play. He got to get his quick twitch back. He got to get his senses back. It's going to be way too fast, way too intense. He's not going to be able to catch up in time if you just throw him in the playoffs like that. I don't care how great you are. It's not happening. It's going to be a disaster.
A big disaster.
But yeah, team is really good. Jaylen Brown, he done got a lot better. Y'all got a few new additions. Anthony Simons, he's not a great defender, but he like baby Damian Lillard at times. He's pretty good offensively. I think he's a little bit better than Drew Holiday was offensively. So if Tatum come back and be 90% of what he was, hey, I think I give y'all a shot. I mean, y'all just already went to the finals, and Jaylen Brown is just as good as he was, if not better, in my opinion. And y'all still
Derek
winning
White's
without
playing
Tatum.
great.
Yeah, you still winning without Tatum. So you add Tatum, y'all definitely gonna be in contention.
And I don't believe we lost much with with a beat up with an old ass Drew Holiday and a beat up fading, old ass, tall, skinny, scrawny, shitty, always hurt, over 30. What's his name? Porzingis. That dude fucking sucks. Overpaid, always hurt, blah blah blah. I guarantee he's why Tatum got hurt last year. It's because Tatum had to keep playing so many minutes and carrying these teams, carrying our team in the playoffs because Porzingis was always hurt.
Yeah, I agree, but when it counted, man, he definitely took y'all over the top. He was definitely a part of that. You can't deny it.
Oh, against the Mavericks?
Offensively and defensively, he was definitely, yeah, bro.
Against the Mavs?
Yeah, he made y'all. He just opened up everything with his shot making and then his defense.
And even some of the series before them, like the Pacers. I can't believe how much we struggled with the Pacers. And then we stole so many of those games in the fourth quarter. They choked so many games that series against us. Thank God.
Miles Turner really physical. Then and it's hard to deal with Halliburton, man. Hard to deal with Halliburton.
Do you remember all those games that we stole from them?
Yeah, he stole a lot of them.
That season. I don't know how you be a Pacers fan and not go crazy. They were as close as you ever come to. Well, you know who was as close as you ever come to winning a series was the Blue Jays. I don't know if you watched that debate. The Blue Jays were as close as I've ever seen anyone of winning a series.
Nah,
and they pitched it away.
Baseball, bro. I just see the highlights every now and then, and I tune into the news if it's something really dramatic and a good play. But really,
Oh,
I
you
don't
don't
be
watch
caring about.
baseball?
No, I don't care about nothing but the home run derby. I don't be caring about nothing but the home run derby, bro. It's just boring to me. It's historic. I respect it. It's a sport or whatever, but it's boring, bro. Baseball, golf, hockey, it's just boring. Don't be making sense a lot of times with a lot of the rules and the way speed of it, and it slows down too much, and it's just I don't know. I think it's some stuff in baseball they could change to make it a whole lot better and still competitive at the same time, and they just don't want to. They want to just stay to this is the oldest sport ever, and then this and that, and they just don't want to change, bro. And change is a good thing, bro. It's not a bad thing if you change the right way. Anyway, you know what I mean. Sometimes change ain't a good thing. You don't change the right way, but change the good thing. You change the right way. So that's just my opinion about hockey and baseball in particular. Those two things, I think golf is just in its kind of in its own little category. Tennis too, they kind of in their own little category. But when it comes to baseball and hockey, it's just not competing with the NBA and NFL because it don't embrace black culture enough, and they don't want to change their rules, and they don't got enough black players. Just being real. It ain't all about black players, but it's a large majority of entertainment and money is generated through black players. So, I mean, you know what I mean? What do you want me to say, Doris? It's just weird to me that hockey never tried to get nobody black in there. Like, I know it's good black hockey players, but the reason why you never hear about them because hockey don't accept them. That's what it gotta be. Like, hockey is not fucking with black people, and I ain't tripping about it. Because I think everybody should have their own sport, all races. Like, you have your own sport, nobody else can come in there. Why not? Why can't you just section off and just say, we just doing this and y'all can't? We over here, don't come over here. Why you can't do that without somebody being in their feelings and saying you racist or saying that you're trying to segregate? You see what I'm saying, Doris? Why you don't have the right to do that?
No.
Why you don't have the right to do that, though? That's my question. Without somebody else getting their feelings. At this point where we're at in the world now, if I say I want to have an all-black event, I don't want nobody white to come in or Mexican. What's the problem with that? I'm just saying. I'm not saying I don't like y'all. I'm just saying y'all can't come in because it's an all black thing. Just like if you say it's an all white thing, I ain't tripping. I can't come in. I'm not white, clearly. So I don't understand. The problem is with the people that don't understand. The person that made the decision don't have the problem. It's the person that don't understand in the way y'all react to certain things. You know what I mean? Like everything is not meant to be all inclusive. That's why a lot of bullshit be popping off because everybody don't understand each other. And I think it's it's okay as us as people to try to be inclusive, and we have parties and music and try to include each other in what we do. But sometimes we just need to work on what we need to work on, with our people and ourselves, and do what we do.
Well,
And
if
be
you
to
want to go
ourselves
with
a lot
if you
more
want to
true.
go with that bullshit, then you need to stop having mixed race kids because they ain't
Well,
black. Sorry, Patrick Mahomes ain't black. He's as white as he is black. In fact, he's more white than he is black.
that's a whole that's a whole
That's the
other
shit y'all don't want to deal with. You want to say Patrick Mahomes is white and all that, or black and all that shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Get rid of all that mixed stuff
He's
then.
saying it.
That all
He's
stops.
saying it. He's saying it. I don't know what. Shoot,
Which
people say
defeats
what
the
they is, and I just say what they
he
is. I
wishes
don't
he
know.
was black. There ain't nothing black about him. He wishes he was black, and he says he's black. And the funny thing is, if him and fucking Colin Kaepernick, if being black was so bad, why the fuck would white ass people like Colin Kaepernick and Patrick Mahomes ever talk about or identify as being black if it was a bad thing? Most people would never see them as black people ever. They're as white as fuck, dude. I have olive skin. They look whiter than I do. Their skin. The fuck? Blake
Yeah,
Griffin? The fuck out of here.
I don't really know what nobody is until I meet them in real life. You see pictures and things of that nature. Like, I mean, I know that Calvin Johnson is black. I've seen Calvin Johnson. He is a tall black man. You hear what I'm saying? He's 6'5", 235 pounds. Probably about 6'5", 220-ish now. Probably about 15 pounds less. He said he doesn't slim down, look like it. But so I don't know what nobody is particularly. Then you got to go into heritage and all that. Some people look black and they just like Indian and Irish and something else. You don't even know what they really is. You don't even know what people is, and then they just identify as a certain race based on how they grew up. So that's what you got going on. You know what I mean, Doris? You got people that slightly look like they could be a certain race, and then they identifying with that because that's what they feel comfortable with, or that's what they feel comfortable with based on how they grew up. I'm identifying as being black because that's what I am, and that's how I grew up. And it's like it's it's both in order to truly be black, and that's just my opinion.
You're doing too much. You're
It's
either
both.
black or white. You're either black or white. You either
No,
look black like Africans or you're white or something else. Patrick Mahomes ain't black. There's no one in Africa who's sub-Saharan who looks like Patrick Mahomes. Don't be
listen, hold on.
silly.
You didn't hear
Don't
what
be
I
a silly
said.
person. I
I'm
don't care
black
what you're saying.
because I'm saying I'm black.
You're either
With
black
white
or
people.
you're not black. It don't care what people say they are. I could say I'm black. Who gives a fuck what somebody says? What's black about Colin Kaepernick? He was adopted and raised by white people. Aaron Judge? The fuck out of here. What's black about Aaron Judge? People
Yeah,
are
that's
so
crazy
fucking
to me that he
stupid.
said he's
And
black.
if you want to go back in time 500 years to where black people are with black people and white people are with white people, then live the life. Don't just say it. Like, don't talk to white women, don't work for white people, just be in your own community. I just think that shit's so stupid and so easy to say, but then people can't even get along with their own race, and then they cry and they want to dip
I'm
out,
not
and it's
saying
just
that's
like,
the way it should be, but we do too much intermingling for no odd reason with no understanding. You can't just intermingle for no odd reason and just think somebody gonna automatically adjust.
it's
You gotta
going so
understand.
bad mingling with your own people. Why wouldn't you want to intermingle? How well is it going not intermingling?
I mean, shit. The only thing we're getting out of it is babies, because we're not getting nothing else out of it. Because we still be separated. We still
The most
separated when we go
violence
to
is black
jail.
on black. So why would you stay?
We still separate.
Why would it be positive to be heterogeneous or
It's no
homogenous?
getting around the doors. Things are separate. based on gender and race, and there ain't no getting
That's
around it.
stupid. That's stupid.
Everything is separate based on gender and race, and
Okay.
there's no getting around it. There's no getting around it.
That's
It
living
is.
in the fucking
I know you hate it,
caveman world.
but that's the way it is.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not
No.
saying
To
that.
you it is. To you it is. And to the children that want to agree with that, I disagree. I'm too tired to have a debate, but I'll hear you out. I'll
No,
pause
no, no,
myself
no,
and let
no,
you
not a
talk.
debate, because I know you're very intelligent and you making a lot of good points. But I just need you to understand that based on even the evolution of the world and where we at, still everything is separated by race and gender. Right down the line, bro. There ain't no getting around it. So if baseball and hockey could embrace black people more and change their rules, they have a lot more going on, man. Unfortunately, they won't.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back.
I'm trying to see what the hell is Cam doing. He be looking at food tutorials. Oh,
Yeah.
Chicago shit, man. Dogs get bad as hell. Now I'm thinking, did he drop out or did he get the hell out because he got bad? I don't know which was, man.
I don't know what happened. But yeah, the playoffs are gonna be lit. You know, it's gonna be
Yeah, I think definitely that Packers and Bears is definitely gonna be a prime time game. There's no getting around that. It's prime
it's the
time, whether
only
you know
game.
whether
It's the first game.
whether it's in Chicago or whether it's in Green Bay, it's gonna be prime time
Yeah,
because it's
it's
the
in
playoffs.
Chicago.
No, I'm just
Prime
saying whether it's
time.
either one, it's prime time because those two historic teams and it's in the playoffs, so it's definitely gonna be
And
prime
it's the
time, man.
and it's the only game that day.
Um, yep, Bears Packers 8 o'clock and Rams Panthers 4:30. Bills Jaguars. Oh, yep. The Rams Panthers is gonna be on Saturday too. 4:30. Rams and Panthers 4:30 gonna be on Saturday too.
The Rams Panthers, man. I mean, who's watching that?
Yeah, I know. I seen
Who's
the
who's
game. Y'all
who's
got
watching that
Saturday
over
on
the
lock,
Panthers
bro.
game?
Yeah, you got
Ain't nobody
Saturday on
watching
lock.
that game.
Ain't nobody watching that. It'd be crazy if the Panthers upset the Rams.
The
It'd
only
be
game
crazy.
that's gonna be watched. The only game that's gonna be watched is the Packer game. That Panthers game, anybody gonna watch it unless the Rams, is getting beat and people are like, oh shit, you know, like if the Panthers get like a 10-point lead or some shit, a 14-point lead. Now you're thinking like, oh shit, because the Rams are one of the favorites to go to the Super Bowl. So if they start losing to the Panthers, now they become watchable. Now people are gonna watch. Or if the game is close up until the fourth quarter, they'll watch. But if the Rams are blowing them out, anybody gonna watch that? Like if it's 30-7.
Yeah, you got Saturday on lock, go Mike. Do not have prime time and fail, man. I think you need to personally call Matt LaFleur because I got a feeling it's gonna be down to Matt LaFleur play calling. I got a feeling that even though your defense don't got Michael Parsons, few guys missing, I think they're gonna come ready to play, and I think the offense gonna come ready to play. It's gonna be down to that play calling, man. These teams ain't that far apart roster wise. If you look at healthy, what they got healthy on deck, what y'all got healthy on deck, it's not that far apart. It ain't like y'all significantly better than them, and they significantly better than them. So it come down to coaching for me. I hope Matt LaFleur is ready, bro. This one game. One game you lose, bro, you go home. And ain't nothing else after this go, Mike.
I definitely feel you.
It's serious business. You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Yep. I mean, I don't disagree. We definitely got to come out and
I feel like that defense just need a lot of energy. See what I'm saying, go, Mike? Don't worry about big names and talent and things like that. Just come out, stay within yourself. A lot of energy, bro. You get a tackle, take them down to the ground, man. Don't do nothing special. Hit hard, hit fast, play together. Because at the end of the day, it's not a lot of talent there. So you got to have that energy and stay disciplined, play together on the defensive end. Offensively, y'all got all the talent in the world. Play calling. All the talent is there. Play calling.
right. We got to get off the field on third downs. Third down and fourth downs. Got to get off the field.
Yeah, one game and you go home, man. It's serious business, though, Mike. It's scary, bro.
It's gonna be a serious game. So, I mean, as long as Jordan Love's playing, I don't think they got a shot. Love and Jacobs is the recipe.
And this going to be Jordan Love first game back.
He couldn't play last game, but we couldn't go up or down, so it was no point. We didn't play none of our starters. Well, most of our starters didn't play last game. Like, we didn't play McKinney, we didn't play Love, we didn't play Jacobs, Dobbs, Watson, Reed, Musgrave. Everybody set out last game.
I'm definitely going to be tuned in. Definitely going to be watching.
Hell yeah, everybody is.
Can't help but to watch the Packers and Bears on Sunday. Even if you ain't a fan of football, it's just going to be a big game.
Oh, for sure, man. I got a couple Bears fans at work, so Packers win, they ain't coming to work. I will not be live for the game either, unfortunately. but I will be lit if we win.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna be tuned in, man. I'm gonna be tuned in, trying to see what's up with that game. The next round is gonna be the real games, man. That's when it's gonna start kicking off and getting real live. You're gonna be looking at some real desperate playoff action. That next round.